It's May 9, 2022, Election Day. Today, 65.7 million voters are expected to vote, and we bring you updates from the ground all over the Philippines. Spot reports from our civic engagement arm Move.ph and poll watchers from the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV. But more importantly, we bring you analysis and fact checks to help you discern what's important and why it may matter to you. This is Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 national elections. We decide, atin ang Pilipinas.
Tutuloy natin ang laban. Magandang simula ito. Number 2 sa balota.
Pilipinas! God first!
Big! Jackson! Manny Pacquiao!
Good morning, I'm Bea Copin. Joining us today is economist JC Punong Bayan. Later on, we'll be joined by historian Lely Claudio and community doctor Josh San Pedro. Our reporters covering the presidential candidates on the campaign trail will also be joining us later. Our early bird reporter today is Mara Cepeda, joining us live from Magarao, Camarines Sur. Mara?
All roads lead back to Camarines Sur for presidential candidate and Vice President Leni Robredo as she is expected to cast her vote here in Karangkang Elementary School in Magarao Town. Naga City is the hometown of Robredo. This is the place where she grew up, where she met the love of her life, longtime Naga City Mayor and DILG Chief Jessie Robredo, and the place where they raised their 3 children, Aika, Trisha, and Jillian. But we know that in September 2021, she transferred her voter registration in Magarao, a move that would have allowed her to vote and to run for Camarines Sur governor, as Naga City is an independent component city. But of course, we knew that she has since decided to run for the presidency. Highly reliable sources from the Robredo campaign told us that Robredo spent Sunday yesterday together with her family. She heard Mass at the Archdiocese of Cáceres before visiting the grave of Jessie Robredo. And this is something that we expected. Robredo did this also just before she voted during the 2016 vice presidential race. And it really does make sense. Jessie was meant to be the only politician in the Robredo family. But when he died in a tragic plane crash in August 2012, that thrust Leni Robredo into the national political spotlight, and she waged 2 come-from-behind victories in the past 2 elections that she joined. In the 2013 congressional race, she slayed the well-entrenched Villafuerte clan here in Camarines Sur by defeating the matriarch Nelly for Camarines Sur 3rd District Congresswoman. And in 2016, she bested 5 male incumbent senators to become vice president, edging out the late dictator's son, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. by just over 200,000 votes. And 6 years later, Robredo and Marcos are head-to-head again for the highest position in the land. We expect Robredo to be here around 10 a.m. Pauunahin niya lang na bumoto ang kanyang mga anak sa Tabuco Central School sa Naga City. And we are already on standby here. Bea.
Hi, Mara. Marhay na aga. What's the mood sa Robredo campaign coming off that Makati meeting the Avance? Di ba ang laki-laki ng crowd? How are they feeling leading up to May 9, Election Day?
I would say, and this is something that I would borrow from one of my sources in the campaign, they are guardedly optimistic. Obviously, they're very happy at that massive show of force in Makati. It's a record-breaking crowd estimate for the Robredo campaign and the campaign of our running mate, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. 780,000 of their supporters trooped to the premier business district, and they came from not just from Metro Manila but all over the country. We've seen some of the supporters there coming from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Right after Robredo's speech, I was backstage and I saw that a lot of her staff, were crying, and they are quite hopeful. But of course, hindi mo kasi matatanggal yung kaba sa kanila because not once did Robredo lead in any of the major pre-election surveys. It's always Marcos dominating, with Robredo trailing behind by by 2 digits. And so even then, I think it was important for Robredo to really rally her supporters and her team during her meeting the Avance. It was a speech that primarily focused on celebrating the massive volunteer movement that her presidential bid inspired. It was also a chance for her to look back into all her struggles as vice president, and she ended it with words of hope and faith. She told her supporters na lakasan ng loob at maniwala that if they take a stand, nothing is impossible. And I think a lot of the Lenny Kiko supporters, panghahawakan yun ngayong araw sa pagpunta nila sa kanilang mga presinto at sa kanilang pagboto. Bea?
JC, I think you have a question?
Yes, Myra. Well, we've seen yung amazing rallies in the past couple of weeks, culminating doon sa Makati rally. Pero as you mentioned earlier, doon sa mga surveys, si Marcos Jr. pa rin yung nangunguna up until the last Pulse Asia survey. So how do you think those rallies will translate into actual votes? Ano yung sinasabi ng mga kakampings dito at paano sila nagre-react doon sa ganong klaseng surveys?
I have been covering the Robredo campaign since day one, and this is very accurate to say that one of the first instincts of certain supporters of the Lenny Kiko tandem is to disregard those surveys. Hindi mo naman yun matatanggal sa kanila. Obviously, there's a certain tendency for people to be in denial, lalo na if you're feeling very strongly for a certain candidate. And so I think it was also very important for Robredo herself to say that she and her campaign team are taking the surveys seriously. But there's always that message that the true survey in these elections would be today, election day. But I think the last Pulse Asia survey puzzled a lot of not just the supporters but even people in the campaign team, because even in areas where Robredo actually managed to pull off massive show of force even in known enemy bailiwicks, bumaba siya ng malaki. Halimbawa sa Calabarzon, bumaba siya from 37% to 18%, and then in Davao, which is the bailiwick of President Rodrigo Duterte and his daughter, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte, who is running as Marcos's running mate, bumaba si VP Lenny Robredo to 1%. And to certain, even experts, it's a little bit puzzling because Robredo even gained allies in Davao. Pantaleon Alvarez, former speaker and Davao del Norte 1st District Representative, has been going all out ever since he dropped Senator Ping Lacson and started supporting Robredo. We know that he has been joining a lot of the negotiations together with the Robredo's key political advisors. But even then, Robredo is quite, just keep on rallying her supporters regardless of what those surveys say. The challenge for the supporters, of course, is to bring their energy from that months-long house-to-house campaigning, all of the soup kitchens that they did, all of the different activities that they've done, is to actually bring that in to the voting precincts and actually turn that energy into votes. And we will see by tonight, by tomorrow, if the efforts of the so-called Pink Revolution will actually pay off for Lenny Robredo. Bea?
Mara, you've covered the vice president a year or two before midway of her vice presidential term. As you mentioned earlier, right, her story, her political story at least, has been about overcoming seemingly impossible situations, at least in the context of Philippine politics. Have you noticed any change in Lenny Robredo as a leader, as a politician, since she declared that she'd be running for president in 2022?
Definitely, she's more assertive now. She's more confident. The thing with Leni Robredo is that hindi niya kasi inambisyon na maging politiko. And the consistent narrative of her political career is that she always just steps up when she's called to do so. But when she does, she always brings with it, a certain confidence, aggressiveness on the campaign trail. I started covering her when she became vice president. 2018 na ako pumasok. But, of course, obviously, part of my work is to observe, the person deemed to be the opposition leader. And we've also seen the revolution of Leni Robredo as that figure. She has become more decisive. She has become more assertive and kumbaga more feisty, especially in her criticisms against the abusive policies of the Duterte administration, including the bloody drug war and Duterte's pacifist view on the West Philippine Sea. But, I would say that Robredo is also known to be just consistent. She's always been consistent in her morals, in her principles, in her position that if it doesn't have to be her running for office, she would. And this is something that we've seen in 2013, in 2016, and of course in 2022.
Mara, we have seen a groundswell of support for Vice President Leni Robredo in the past weeks. Pero what about Senator Kiko Pangilinan? How much has his chances changed over time? And how much did he ride on yung growing popularity and support for VP Leni Robredo?
Senator Kiko Pangilinan obviously benefited as well from the pink wave. Dinadala din kasi siya ng mga supporters ni Leni Robredo. There are certain volunteer groups, certain kakampinks who have really been, staunchly campaigning for a Leni Kiko tandem, and they have been voicing the messaging of Pangilinan's wife, megastar Sharon Cuneta, that a vote for Kiko Pangilinan is a vote to protect Leni Robredo. But, we've seen this kind of support for Kiko more on the side of the supporters. But when it comes to the politicians who, have the machinery in their own localities, many of the local kingpins are not necessarily supporting Pangilinan, and this is something that the Leni and Pangilinan campaign have to contend with in the past 90 days. The reality that there are certain politicians who are for Robredo but who do not want Pangilinan. Their choice, many of them would go for Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte. In a way, parang compromise na kasi nila ito. They'll support the opposition candidate, pero parang in a way, as a favor to the incumbent president, they will support the daughter. And of course, much has been said already kung gaano kalakas si Sara Duterte. There are also certain quarters pushing for a Robredo-Soto tandem with Senate President Vicente Soto III. And that entailed Pangilinan really just navigating that complicated political dynamics. Sakripisyo kasi itong pagtakbo ni Pangilinan bilang Vice Pangulo para kay Leni Robredo. He would have easily won, probably, or would have easily staged a senatorial re-election candidacy much easier, because before he decided to run for vice president, he is well within the so-called Magic 12. But when Robredo's unity talks with other presidential candidates fell through, and she turned to Pangilinan to be her running mate, pumayag si Pangilinan. Ito ang kanyang sacrifice. And in the 90-day campaign, he has been making a lot of sacrifices for Robredo sa mga areas, sa mga probinsya kung saan yung mga local leaders ay hindi siya sinusuportahan. Minsan hindi na pumupunta si Pangilinan if only to make sure that Robredo will be able to secure the votes in that particular area.
The complications nga na hindi tandem.
May I add, of course, that regardless of the Leti or the Rosa push with Robredo, she has always stood by Pangilinan, and even in her meeting de Avance, yung naglista siya ng mga 3 reminders niya for her supporters. Unang-una doon ay iboto sa Pangilinan. So, and this is something that you would like to credit Leni Robredo. Other politicians might have, abandoned the running mate if it would mean they would gain more votes. But solid siya behind Pangilinan. Bea?
Thank you, Mara. Yun nga yung complications because in the Philippines, we don't elect a tandem. We elect the president and vice president separately. Thank you, Mara, reporting live from Magarao and Camarines Sur. We'll be returning to Mara later when the vice president casts her vote. We now talk to our COMELEC reporter Dwight De Leon about the recently concluded COMELEC press conference over at the PICC. Dwight? I think we'll get back to Dwight in a bit when his connection is a little better. JC, how have you been processing also? Okay. We'll see if we can get Dwight back online. Hello, Dwight.
Hello, Bea.
Good morning.
Ayan, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dwight.
Yes. Yes, Bea, all systems go on election ngayong araw na pasisinayaan ang kanilang pambalan lamang ng siguro ceremonial ang Commission on Elections sa COMELEC at sa muling ay binigyan nila ng tayakan ang publiko.
I think we'll return to Dwight De Leon in a bit. Medyo hirap yung connection niya. JC, kasi yung tanong you were asking Mara earlier, diba, about the pink revolution or the growing support for Leni Robredo. How have you been personally? Did it surprise you that it grew to this scale? Because I distinctly remember during when she first announced that she would be running for president, right? Like parang yung standout quote was about kung titindig ka, or when you stand up for something, people will join you soon. Did it surprise you na it grew to this scale, almost 800,000 in Makati the other day?
Yeah, exactly. This is really driven by the extraordinary voluntarism of the supporters of VP Leni Robredo, something which we haven't seen in quite a while, or if ever, if at all, we have seen that. I mean, many people are thinking there seems to be a disconnect nga between what we're seeing on the ground and what the surveys are telling us. Some people are hopeful that Google Trends might be a better indication of what's really happening, but that's still in doubt even among experts, even among data analysts and statisticians. So it's really quite difficult to tell what will happen. Of course, many people are hopeful that the surveys are wrong, and in recent weeks, yung flaws do some methodologies of the different surveys have surfaced and have been put into question. It really boils down to this day.
Right.
We just have to go out and vote and see what will happen.
Right. Pero ang ganda nga what Mara mentioned earlier, na yung cautious optimism.
Yeah.
Na they're not declaring victory, but the other camp, that was the tone of their meeting de avance. Basically, they're declaring victory na for the tandem. But also stood out for me during the meeting de avance of Vice President Robredo and Kiko Pangilinan was how they emphasized not just like the place of the campaign in Philippine history. Right? And I'm sure that's something that we'll be talking about not just in the weeks to come, but probably in the months to come, right? Because we always hear about politicians talking about a campaign from the groundswell, from the ground up. Pero parang ito medyo concrete siya na example, no, na talagang ordinaryong tao, kumbaga gumagastos pa, spending their own money, resources just to help out the Robredo Pangilinan campaign.
Yeah, I think number one is a reflection of what's at stake in these elections. It really boils down, I think, between Robredo and Marcos Jr. And of course, very much laden yung name ng Marcos. It brings up all these memories about the dictatorship and the prospect of a return to that kind of leadership. Well, if at all that can be called leadership. But I think it's also a reflection of how much the rules of engagement have changed. Yung ways by which supporters can actually participate. Nakita natin yung swell of creativity coming from, for example, Vice President Robredo's supporters on various social media platforms, and somehow it encourages other supporters as well to come out in the open and devise their own ways of expressing their support for Vice President Robredo. In terms of yung mga placards, yung mga witty placards that we have seen, pag shinare mo yan, edi maging viral, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's a swell of creativity, and it somehow parang it comes with the change in technology as well from the past elections.
Yeah, it's interesting, the chaos that the creativity that comes out of the chaos of a volunteer campaign, and we'll talk about that later today. But for now, we go back to our COMELEC reporter Dwight De Leon. He will tell us about the recently concluded COMELEC press conference over at the PICC. Dwight? Oh, okay. Dwight is having some issues right now, but we will be joined by Lian Buwan, who covers the candidacy of Bongbong Marcos Jr. And Sara Duterte. Kumbaga ang aking ka-unit team, kasi I cover Sara Duterte also as a vice presidential candidate. Lian.
Good morning, Bea. Magandang umaga po natin sa Mariano Marcos Memorial Elementary School dito sa Batac, Ilocos Norte. Ito ang hometown ng tatay ni Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos Jr. We expect Bongbong to be here at around 7 a.m. That's what we're hearing. He's going to be voting here at the school named after his grandfather. Before you go into the corner dito sa school dito, ay makikita mo na all the markings of the Marcoses. The statue of the late dictator is over there. Yung tabi ng simbahan ang nakalagay doon ay Batac, home of great leaders. An homage to their beloved leader, si former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. We heard that Bongbong Marcos will be voting here with her mother, former Congresswoman Imelda Marcos, and of course his wife, Attorney Liza Marcos. The sons, we've been told, will be voting in another place in Lawag, where Senator Ivy Marcos is also registered. His son, Bongbong Marcos, is running for representative in this particular.
We're having... We'll go back... We'll return to Lian in a little bit. Going off nga, no, parang Bongbong Marcos will be voting today. How... Because we talked about this yesterday, the meeting de Avance. Were you surprised that their final messaging was basically, this is already a victory party and not just the meeting de Avance?
Yeah, well, actually, we were talking yesterday about yung information infrastructure that they have, right? For example, on social media. So somehow they're swinging the conversation themselves through the operation of, for example, yung mga social media managers and other experts dyan. Pero ayun parang, and they see as well now do sa mga surveys na by Pulse Asia and other new survey outfits, all of them are pointing basically to the same thing, that Marcos Jr. really enjoys a significant lead over Robredo. So ayun parang and of course they wouldn't want to project na parang somehow nadedehado sila. Yeah. Pero at the same time, Bea, there are certain indications na parang if you're really that confident dun sa ganong klaseng lead ni Marcos Jr., parang why go into, for example, yung mga certain tactics, for example, attacking, for example, yung Robredo campaign in quite vicious ways, na parang you would think na kung confident ka, you wouldn't need to go into that, di ba?
Parang hindi siya galawang frontrunner. But we go back to our reporter Lian Buwan, who's live from Batac, Ilocos Norte. Lian?
Bea, I don't know where I got caught, but I was just saying that Bongbong Marcos is expected to vote here with his mother and his wife. Yung kanyang mga anak, his sons, will be voting somewhere else. They're registered somewhere else. I was just recalling yung political dynasty, the very formidable political dynasty of the Marcoses here in Ilocos Norte. Matthew is running for governor, the son of Senator Amy Marcos. The vice governor, uncontested, is the cousin, Cecilia Marcos Araneta. Sandro is running for 1st District Representative. The cousin, Angelo Marcos Barba, for 2nd District Representative. Their cousin, although estranged, is running for mayor of Lawag. It's going to be a Team Marcos versus another political dynasty here in Ilocos Norte, Team Fariñas. So Ilocos Norte would be interesting to watch. It would be interesting to watch for the local elections also who will prevail, because the political powerhouse, former Congressman Rudy Fariñas, is running for governor against the newbie Matthew Marcos Manotoc. So that's the situation here in Ilocos Norte. The precinct has not opened yet. It will open the same time as the rest of the country, which is 6 a.m. Pero ready naman, maliit lang naman tong school. It's orderly, but there has been, meron nang na-put up na makeshift barricade. So if in years before, journalists can go inside the voting room, as long as we do not show the ballot, we can go there and, be independent observers kung meron bang magmamalfunction na machine. We can't do that here. We've been relegated to a spot just in front of the building of the school, so we will not be able to go into the voting room where Bongbong Marcos will vote. But we will try our best to give you as much, kung ano yung kaya namin up close na ibigay sa inyo mamaya pagdating ni presidential candidate Bongbong Marcos.
JC?
Yes, Lian, I was just in Ilocos Sur a couple of weeks ago. And I was thinking na parang parang may solid north pa rin talaga. Everywhere you look, parang nandiyan yung mga posters, and then sa mga tricycles and other places. Pero at the same time, some people are saying na wala naman talagang solid north. Na, for example, many supporters of Vice President Leni Robredo in the region, in Ilocos, have come out in the open, even conducting rallies or, making appearances dun sa famous Crisologo Street sa Vigan, for example. Ano ba yung real score dito, Lian? Meron bang chance at all, for example, si Vice President Leni Robredo, or talagang wala, just like in previous elections? Na parang nag-bastion talaga siya ng mga Marcoses.
JC, I would describe it this way. If you go by historical data, there's really a solid north, in as much as the numbers say that Bongbong Marcos has won overwhelmingly here, at least in the Ilocos region, and even almost in the rest of northern Luzon. Kung ang nangyayari ngayong 2022 is there are cracks, and there's pink gushing through those cracks. Over the course of the campaign that we've covered, we've returned several times here in Ilocos Norte and Ilocos Sur. People who protest or are against the repressive martial law of the Marcoses and even the rule of the younger Marcoses over the last decades. Remember, the Marcoses have held the capital ever since the dictator was in power. Nobody has held the capital except for Congressman Rudy Fariñas. So they've always been under the Marcoses. So yung mga opposition to the Marcoses, they've finally found the courage and the guts to, come out against the Marcoses. They call themselves the tiny minority. But what they're saying is that kahit na ang konti sila, they will always be heard because they are in Ilocos Norte. Sila yung mga kababayan ng mga Marcos. And so they are hoping that their coming out, which is unprecedented, has never been seen before. They've just held a flash mob at a mall here. They held a march na well-attended naman. Yung ganong klaseng show of guts, a show of courage to go against the Marcoses. Right here in the heart of the Marcos territory. They're hoping that it can also be a bandwagon effect. In as much as surveys can be a bandwagon effect, they're hoping that their coming out for the Marcoses will also be a bandwagon effect. Hopefully, para sa kanila, in favor of their favored candidate, who is Vice President Leni Robredo.
Lian, I wonder there in Ilocos Norte, no? Parang you mentioned earlier, basically it's a race between Team Marcos and Team Fariñas. Is there a sense also among Ilocanos na kumbaga sawa na sila. They're tired of politics being dominated by the same old family names.
Siguro more than the sawa factor, they're very divided.
Okay.
Very split sentiment sila because yung menu nila ng candidates for these elections is two families very familiar to them. It's Team Marcos versus Team Fariñas. So naturally, Bongbong Marcos will be the presidential choice among the folks of Ilocos Norte, pero they don't know who they're gonna be voting for in the local elections. Hindi nila alam kung si Kong Rudy ba na very familiar din sa kanila, or will they go for Matthew who has led them through the pandemic since 2019. They don't know if they're gonna vote for Ria, the daughter of Kong Rudy, or they're gonna vote for the very social media savvy Sandro. When you talk to the younger Ilocanos, yung mga progressive, hindi rin nila alam. Divided din sila, split sentiment din sila. Kasi they want to not vote for the Marcoses. They want the Marcoses out of power here. But their only alternative would be the Fariñas, which is also a political dynasty. Pero wala silang choice because walang ibang kandidato. So, the last time I talked to some younger progressive Ilocanos, they actually do not know who they would vote for, or will they leave the their local candidates blank kasi hindi nila talaga alam. So, it's split sentiment in whatever context you look at it from.
Lian, back in 2019, we saw that the Marcos family gained several positions at the national and local levels. In a way na parang resurgence ng Marcos family na parang they're really quite strong, and we saw that in the 2019 elections. This time around, are we seeing that parang there'll be even more powerful in both the national and local levels in terms of the positions they're vying for?
Potentially, JC, because the front runner is Bongbong. Senator Amy Marcos will keep her seat in the Senate, and nag-field sila ng bago, who is Sandro. You know, dito sa Ilocos Norte, kaya meron talagang love-hate relationship ang Marcoses and Fariñas because they've always split the positions between the two families. Parang, you get the governorship, we'll get the mayoralty, we'll get City Hall of Lawag. Ngayon, all-out Team Marcos, Team Fariñas. So, Sandro will be trying to get first district when for the longest time, first district has always belonged to the Fariñas, second district has belonged to the Marcoses. And it's kind of sad to talk about congressional seats this way as if they belong to a certain family. But for Ilocanos, it has always been this way. And I got the chance to ask Sandro, who's educated in England, na parang, anong masasabi mo na you're still part of the political dynasty? At his justification is the same as his father and the same basically of any political dynasty here, which is saying that there's a democratic process called the election, and if they don't want political dynasties anymore, then they can just vote us out. But research has found na kapag very deeply rooted ang political dynasty sa isang probinsya, sometimes wala na rin namang option. So yung patronage politics parang nagiging cultural result na ng long-running political dynasties.
Yeah, kumbaga, ang hirap to say that there's a choice when your choices are very much limited. Thank you, Lian. She's reporting live from Batac, Ilocos Norte. Lian will bring us more updates later when Bongbong Marcos Jr. goes out and votes. Thanks, Lian. It's almost 6 a.m. Polls all over the country are opening. Let's run through some stats in these elections. 65.7 million registered voters plus 1.7 million overseas voters. In the 2019 elections, voter turnout was 75.9% out of 61.843 million registered voters. There are 77 national posts up for grabs, 1 president, 1 vice president, 12 senators, and 63 party list representatives. 18,100 elective seats in the 2022 national and local polls. As voters get ready to head to the polling places, here's a quick reminder on what to expect in your polling precincts.
Paano bumoto sa May 9, 2022? Sa darating na halalan, May 9, may pandemya pa rin. Kaya't narito ang gabay para sa lahat ng mga botante. Magbubukas ang mga presinto ng 6 o'clock ng umaga at ito ay magsasara ng 7 o'clock ng gabi. Magdala ng ballpen na gagamitin mo sa pagpirma ng Election Day Computerized Voters List. Magsuot ng face mask at face shield para sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tandaan na hindi kailangan magpresenta ng COVID-19 vaccination card o ng negative COVID-19 test result para makaboto. Sa inyong pagpasok sa presinto, asahan ang pag-implementa ng health protocols. Step 1. Temperature check. Kung ang iyong temperatura ay 37.4 Celsius at pababa, ang botante ay maaaring dumiretso na at bumoto. Kung ang temperatura naman ay 37.5 Celsius at pataas, makakaboto pa rin ang botante, ngunit dadalhin siya sa isang isolated polling precinct na gagabayan ng mga election workers na nakasuot ng Personal Protective Equipment o PPE. Tandaan na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat isa ang makaboto. Kung kaya't kahit na suspected o nagpositibo sa COVID, may karapatan ka pa ring bumoto. Step 2. Identification. Magtungo sa Voters Assistance Desk at ibigay ang iyong pangalan. Dito ay malalaman mo kung saan ang iyong polling precinct. Maaari ring alamin ang iyong polling precinct bago pa umalis ng bahay. Makikita ito sa voterverifier.comelec.gov.ph/voter_precinct. Step 3. Get your ballot. Sa iyong presinto, lumapit sa miyembro ng Electoral Board o support staff. Ibigay ang iyong pangalan, precinct number at iba pang detalye. Para maging sigurado, magdala ng valid ID kung sakaling hanapin. Tandaan na huwag tanggapin ang balota kung ito ay may punit, marka o shade. Suriin ang balota sa desk mismo ng Electoral Board. Ayon sa guidelines na inilabas ng COMELEC, ang bawat botante ay may isang pagkakataon lamang bumoto dahil iisang balota lamang ang nakatalaga sa bawat botante. Kaya't maging may ingat sa pag-fill up ng inyong balota. Step 4. Fill up your ballot. Ngayong hawak mo na ang iyong balota, tandaan na limitado lamang ang mga maaari mong iboto kada posisyon. Isa lamang para sa President at Vice President. Maximum naman ng 12 para sa Senador. Isa lamang para sa House of Representatives o Congressman o Congresswoman. Isa lang din para sa Governor at Vice Governor. Iba-iba naman ang bilang para sa mga board member sa iba't ibang distrito. Isa lamang para sa Mayor at Vice Mayor. Iba-iba rin ang bilang para sa mga councilor. Isa lamang para sa party list. Tandaan na kapag sumobra ang iyong boto, invalidated na ang iyong boto para sa naturang posisyon. Halimbawa, 13 ang na-shade mong senador, lahat ng iyong boto sa pagkasenador ay wala ng bisa. Ngunit, maaari ka naman mag-undervote o mag-abstain sa pagpili ng mga kandidato. Sa pag-shade ng balota, tandaan na ang COMELEC mismo ang magpapahiram ng marking pens. Tiyakin na fully shaded ang oval sa tabi ng iyong napiling kandidato. Huwag magmarka ng X-mark, check o half shade. Mainam din na maghanda ng listahan ng inyong mga iboboto upang mas maging mabilis at maiwasang magkamali sa balota. Pero paalala, bawal magdala ng campaign materials sa loob ng presinto. Huwag rin kalimutan na mahigpit na ipinagbabawal ang pagkuha ng litrato ng inyong balota at VCM receipt. Step 5. Cast your ballot. Pagkatapos mong punan ang iyong balota, ilagay lamang ito sa loob ng ballot secrecy folder. Dalhin ito sa vote counting machine o VCM at ipasok ito sa machine. Huwag aalis agad. Antayin munang maproseso ang iyong balota. Pagkatapos ay mamarkahan ng poll clerk ang iyong daliri ng indelible ink at ibibigay sa iyo ang voting receipt. I-review mo kung tama ang pagproseso ng VCM sa iyong balota. Iiwan mo ito sa designated box. Kung hindi tugma ang iyong boto sa voting receipt na natanggap, i-report ito agad sa Board of Inspectors upang mairehistro ang iyong sitwasyon. Pagkatapos nito, matagumpay ka nang nakaboto para sa susunod nating mga pinuno. Muli, bumoto at manghikayat na bumoto sa May 9, 2022 mula 6 o'clock ng umaga hanggang 7 o'clock ng gabi. #WeDecide. Atin ang Pilipinas.
We now welcome to our panel longtime Rappler panelist Leloy Claudio, live from Berkeley, California. We'll be talking to Leloy in a little bit, but first, let's talk to Dwight De Leon, live from Comelec's Operation Center at the PICC. Dwight?
Yes, Bea, all systems go na ang Commission on Elections ngayong araw sa pagsisimula ng halalan. Alas 6 ng umaga magbubukas ang mga presinto sa buong Pilipinas at kaninang 5 a.m. nagkaroon ng ceremonial press briefing itong COMELEC nga upang magbigay ng updates dito sa ating gaganaping halalan. For example, kanina sinabi nila na halos lahat ng presinto sa buong Pilipinas tapos na ang kanilang final testing and sealing of vote counting machines. Pag sinabi nating final testing and sealing, ibig sabihin yung mga vote counting machines nag-undergo ng parang final accuracy test to make sure that they are working properly. At ayon sa COMELEC, 47 precincts across the country na lamang yung either may problem or hindi pa nakakapag-report kung tapos na ba yung kanilang FTS. Yung mga nagkaroon ng problema, isang munisipalidad sa Oriental Mindoro and another in Northern Samar dahil nagkulang sila ng test ballots. So ang ginamit na lang nila ay sample ballots. Yung natitira ng mga 47 yung other towns, ang other precincts ay sa may Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Ang may iba ring lugar doon, specifically sa Cotabato, na ayon sa COMELEC, yung mga dapat sana magsaserve na poll workers na mga teachers ay medyo natakot sa kanilang kalagayan o sa kanilang kaligtasan kung kaya't ay sila ipinalitan ng mga PNP-trained personnel. Maliban pa doon, gayon pa man, sabi ng COMELEC, may contingency plans or contingency procedures in place naman sila. So pagdating ng 6 a.m., tuloy pa rin ang pagbubukas ng halalan even in these affected areas. So ang mangyayari, kung sakali mang hindi pa rin gumagana, for example, yung VCM or may problems encountered with the machine, yung mga botante na nakapila na, pwede na silang bumoto, pero iba-batch feed na lang yung kanilang mga balota ng electoral board members at a later time. So pagkatapos ng report na to, Bea, papunta tayo ng isang school sa Pasay City kung saan roronda si COMELEC Chairman Saidamen Pangarungan para makita niya for himself kung paano nga ba isinasagawa ang halalan. We all know that this is an election like no other dahil nga gaganapin ito sa kabila ng COVID-19 pandemic at yung mga protocols na makikita natin mamaya pag pumunta tayo sa mga presinto. Ito yung mga protocols na nakasanayan na ng publiko for the past 2 years living in the COVID-19 pandemic. So of course, may wearing a face mask, may temperature check, and they will have to ensure physical distancing. At syempre, ito rin, yung mga presinto, yung mga classrooms, kailangan ma-ensure na hindi siksikan. So, ang mga miyembro ng electoral board, they're under the discretion kung ilan yung papapasukin nila sa loob ng classroom, depende sa size ng mga classroom. So, of course, because of these protocols, inaasahan natin na mas tatagal yung botohan at dahil nga ganoon, yung voting hours this election season is longer than the last election. So from 6 a.m. To 7 p.m. So 7 p.m. magsasara ang botohan, pero kapag may mga tao pang nakapila, 30 meters, i-accommodate ng Commission on Elections. So iyan muna ang update dito sa PICC. Balik sa iyo, Bea.
I think JC has a question.
Yeah, Dwight, inaasahan natin na mas mataas yung voter turnout ngayon kumpara sa 2019 and that's been the case in all previous elections, mas mataas sa kapag presidential. Pero meron bang projection, Dwight, ang COMELEC pagdating sa voter turnout this time around considering the pandemic?
Well, wala silang binigay na turnout, JC. Pero siguro, last week kausap natin yung head o yung vice chairperson ng Committee on Local Absentee Voting kasi ito yung meron na tayong turnout. And so far, ina-expect nila na mabibreach yung record turnout doong 2019 elections. I think it's at over 70%. And kahit nga nung local absentee voting, JC, yung applicants record din yung nag-apply. It's at 84,000. In previous elections, mga nasa 20 to 30,000 lamang. At kahit ngayong election, JC, in the national elections, you have 65.7 million voters eligible to cast their ballot. So that's a record high. And given na masyadong interested ang mga tao sa halalang ito, there are expectations, of course, that we will exceed our past records, JC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. Dwight is reporting from the COMELEC. He'll be bringing us more updates later on in the day. Salamat, Dwight. And we will be joined by Leloy Claudio. Leloy, good morning from Manila.
Good morning, Bea. Kamusta?
Gising pa naman kami ni JC.
Hi, Leloy.
Siyempre yung
Kailangan nyo ng konting...
tubig lang yung ma-offer ko na response to that. Leloy, yung siyempre the 2022 presidential campaign, no, parang the backdrop of this is siguro the most kind words I can say is the rehabilitation or the grand marketing campaign of the Marcos family, yung rebranding of their name. He's leading according to opinion polls, but if he wins, what does this mean for the Philippines if we have a second Marcos presidency?
Well, mahirap sabihin kung ano yung magiging actual policy implications. Kasi si Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ran one of the emptiest campaigns of all time. Napaka-empty ng platform niya. Wala siyang sinasabi. Yung unity, napaka-vague. But in terms of my profession as a historian, syempre napakalaking dagok nito sa aking profession. Kasi yung Marcos family has a long record of pagsisinungaling. And when we look at the context of disinformation and misinformation coming from the Marcos regime, sabi nga ni Sheila Coronel, it didn't begin in the age of social media. 1965 pa lang, tumatakbo na si Marcos, nagsisinungaling na siya. So for example, yung authorized biography ni Marcos, yung For Every Tear of Victory, that contains really outrageous claims like Ferdinand Marcos saved Australia from the Japanese. No, literally, they claimed it in that book. So kawawa yung profession ko if manalo si Bongbong Marcos.
Leloy, merong movement ngayon yung mga high school teachers to bring back the teaching of Philippine history in high school. Kasi alam natin na in the week of K-12 ay talagang tinanggal siya because, the DepEd has its reasons, yung spiral approach to teaching history. But what do you think of that kind of issue, Leloy, and what should we be doing about it?
I think importante yun, pero hindi lang dapat Philippine history yung binabalik, dapat global history rin. Kasi in order to appreciate bakit delikado yung mga dictatorship, JC, di ba? I'm sure you'll agree. Kailangan may comparison. Like, dictatorship was bad in the case of Chile with Pinochet. Dictatorship is and was bad in the case of Russia with Vladimir Putin. So not just Philippine history, but global history so that we can compare and have an understanding of why dictatorships across the world are unstable. The other thing is, sa tingin ko kailangan importante kung ibabalik man itong mga kurso na to, dapat pag-isipan natin yung pedagogy. Because one of the reasons bakit napakadaling i-whitewash ng Marcos regime is the way history has been taught in high schools and grade schools has been largely through the lens of parang objective history. And what I mean by that is, mas gusto ng mga teachers na nililista lang yung mga achievement ng mga president instead of putting them into context. And for them, objective yun because it fits in a PowerPoint slide and kaya nilang sabihin na declarative way. Ito yung mga ginawa ni Marcos, he declared martial law, he spent a lot during his first term, may masagana program, etc. etc. Walang konteksto, nakalista lang. So I think dapat pag-usapan din natin not just yung existence of Philippine history and global history courses, but yung pedagogy.
Yeah. Ledoy, Marcos is seen as the de facto continuity candidate, although he has not gotten the explicit endorsement of President Rodrigo Duterte. In fact, the president has not endorsed anyone in this election. It's the first time since the rebirth of democracy, that an incumbent has not anointed a presidential candidate. How do you see this? Like, what, does it make sense to you that President Duterte, who enjoys really high satisfaction ratings, right, would not pick a successor for president, although he does have Sara Duterte running for vice president?
Ang hirap mag-speculate, no? But the sense that I get is parang President Digong was really hurt when hindi na naman siya sinunod ng kanyang daughter dahil sa tingin niya mas viable candidate yung kanyang anak kaysa dito kay Bongbong Marcos, whom he thinks lacks charisma and lacks strength. So it's a strange situation when you look at it from that kind of zoomed in perspective. Pero if you zoom out, it's clear nga, tama ka, Bea, it's a continuity candidate. Because I don't think magkakaroon ng Marcos restoration kung hindi dahil kay Duterte for a number of things. The first reason being, discursively, restore ng Dutertes yung idea of the need for a strong disciplinarian leader, which I think paved the way for Marcos Jr. Kasama na dito, of course, yung paglibing ng tatay niya sa libing ng mga bayani.
Thank you, Lele. It's 6 a.m. in the Philippines. Polls are opening. We have live images from Batac, Ilocos Norte. Dito nga boboto mamaya si Bongbong Marcos Jr. at ilan sa kanyang some of his family members will be voting in Ilocos Norte. If you missed Lian Buwan's live report earlier, basically in Ilocos Norte it's going to be a race between two families who have always dominated politics in the province, the Team Marcos and Team Fariñas. As Lian mentioned earlier, it's basically what Ilocanos have grown up knowing all their lives, no? Anyway, let's go back to Lelo. You have a question for...
Yes, Leloy. Back in 2016, Duterte won a strongman figure, and then this time around, there's a prospect of another strongman figure. At least the image or yung echoes of the Marcos dictatorship back in the 70s and 80s. So, may ganitong preference ba talaga, Leloy, ang mga Pilipino historically pagdating sa strongmen? And ano yung sinasabi ng literature on this? Na parang, well, we've seen that in other countries, parang may ganong trend din that is emerging. Pero in the Philippines, may ganong klaseng... Do Filipinos really want strongmen inherently, or paano ba yan?
Mga pag-aaral, for example, yung Pew Research Survey na around 65% of Filipinos in 2017 were willing to experiment with modes of governance outside democracy. Tsaka may mga iba pang indicator dito, kagaya for example nung decline of support for the EDSA narrative or yung paniniwala na maybe EDSA didn't do us any good. So may mga ganong klaseng indicators, and then of course there are these global indicators that show na the Philippines is not unique. I mean, this is happening in other places as well. So for example, sa Indonesia, pataas din yung belief that they need to experiment with modes of governance outside democracy. Historically naman dito sa Pilipinas, I mean, of course, 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, we had the dictator in Ferdinand Marcos. And then 30 years before Marcos, you had Manuel Quezon, who was popular and who was promising a system of governance called party-less democracy. In other words, a democracy without the checks and balances of other parties. So, hindi natin siguro masasabing inherent sa atin yung paniniwala na dapat magkaroon ng diktador, but there is definitely a stream within Philippine politics that believes in centralized and so-called strong governance. I say strong governance in quotes kasi hindi naman ako naniniwala that dictatorship is actually strong governance.
Lalo na banggit mo nga kanina, you mentioned how basically lying runs in the Marcos family from the late dictator, the Imelda Marcos, and right now, the not just Bongbong Marcos Jr., but the campaign, di ba? Parang it's just repeating lies all over and over again, including one of his more recent lies na he's accessible to the media. He is, in fact, not accessible to the media. But I wonder, like, kunwari nabanggit ito kahapon sa discussion namin dito na yung Taliano Gold na yan, that used to be a fringe kwento-kwento, parang kwentong kutsero ng kung sino-sino. But why did that story somehow go into the mainstream? Because if you walk around sa Philippines, sa mga kanto, sa mga pedicab driver, gano'n, personal experience rin to, they do talk about it and they do firmly believe in this tale. What happened? Why is it in the mainstream now?
Madaling paniwalaan yun kasi may redemption sa dulo ng kwento na yun, di ba? Pag manalo si Ferdinand Marcos, may happy ending, babalik yung Taliano Gold. So, in a sense, wishful thinking allows for that. The other thing that needs to be said is, matagal ko nang sinasabi, merong phenomenon sa Pilipinas of what I've kind of cheekily called Tito historiography. Alam mo yung Tito na sasabihin sa'yo, wala ka naman talagang alam, ito yung totoo. And not only does it give you the satisfaction of there's a happy ending, it also gives you the satisfaction of you know better than everyone else. There's a secret knowledge that's only accessible to you. And I think that is the appeal of that kind of historiography. What we need to do is really defend something that's more boring, which is like, this is what's obvious, this is what's clear. It may not be provocative, but it's the reality, and it's a reality we should all share.
Lalo, you've written books and articles on the EDSA revolution and yung emergence natin from the dictatorship. And then may ganitong klaseng sentiment na parang somehow EDSA failed. Pero
Na ginagamit din ng ibang candidates.
Yeah.
Like Scott Moreno has been using that rhetoric sa kanyang meeting de avance.
yeah, exactly. And as a scholar in this area, Leloy, ano sa tingin mo yung nangyari? Parang should we go back to that kind of narrative, or where are we going forward in terms of liberalism here in the Philippines?
Grabe, JC, ang sakit sagutin ng tanong na yan for me because when I was coming out of grad school, I wrote a book talking about largely why EDSA and the EDSA narrative failed. And after manalo ni Duterte, there was a part of me that didn't want that book to see print ever again because I felt like I was too harsh on the EDSA narrative. Yung bang, you don't know what you've got till it's gone. But looking back, I think what I was arguing in that book was that there was a general frustration with the kind of liberal democracy that we restored from 86 until roughly to 2016. Matagal din yun, 30 years. And I think Filipinos gave that system a chance. You know, in fact, in 2010, they elected an heir to that legacy, Benigno Aquino III. And when many of them felt like having given the system 30 years of a chance, wala pa rin ganong fundamental na nagbabago. JC, ano bang Gini coefficient natin ngayon?
Nasa 0.6, above 0.6, 0.7. Yeah.
Diba, correct me if I'm JC, that's right, one of the highest in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Or one of the most equal. So I think from their perspective, masakit na binigyan namin pagkakataon yung EDSA system, tapos ang high pa rin ng inequality. They're searching for something new. So at the same time, I regret saying so many nasty things about the EDSA system, but at the same time, naiintindihan ko yung pinanggagalingan ng mga taong sinasabing binigyan na namin ng pagkakataon tong sistema na to. Kailangan natin ng pagbabago. So what may be happening to us is we're entering a new dispensation in Philippine politics. If from 86 to, let's say, 2016, the keywords of politics were reform, democratization, ngayon, ang nagiging keywords ng politics natin are disiplina, lakas, di ba? Iba na yung tenor ng politics eh.
At saka pagkakaisa. We'll go back to Leloy also. We'll talk about that unity message that has apparently resonated among voters in the Philippines. But first, we have Ralph Rivas. He's covering Sara Duterte and the Dutertes in Davao City. Ralph?
Ngayon sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School, kung saan inaasahang boboto nga si VP aspirant Sara Duterte at si President Rodrigo Duterte ngayong araw. Ito si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte is expected to vote this morning. Meanwhile, siguro ngayong hapon inaasahan naman si President Duterte. Now, maulan dito, no? So sa mga Davaoenyo na boboto, naku, magdala kayo ng payong kasi maulan at medyo maputik yung papasukan ninyo. So ngayon ay dumadating na yung mga botante, no, dito sa Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School. Now, some facts about Davao City. Back in 2019, only 64% of the total voters exercised their right to vote. In particular, dito sa 1st District, now the district with the most voters here in Davao City, only 58%. 58% lang ang bumoto back in 2019. Now, Davao del Sur has a total of 1.4 million voters. 68.45% ang bumoto. Compare that to the national average last elections, which is 75.9%. So one may argue siguro na baka hindi bumoto yung ibang mga botante dito sa region dahil it's going to be a Duterte. It's expected that Duterte will win the seats dito sa Davao City. Pero kung titingnan naman natin sa last presidential elections, Davao del Sur in general, Davao City plus other areas, no, 76.85 naman yung voter turnout. But the national average again is 81.95%. So it really tells you a lot of things, no? Because yeah, the Duterte has held this city for over 3 decades already. So mukhang yung mga tao parang it's gonna be another Duterte, no? Pero may mga humahamon naman in particular dito. May humahamon ngayon kay Baste Duterte, may humahamon rin tatlo pang independents for Paulo Duterte sa first district, no? Pero kung titingnan mo yung composition talaga, Bea, kung yung sa mga konsihal, I'm just looking at the sa mga certified list of candidates, yung dito sa pagkakonsihal, either hugpong ng Pagbabago Party or hugpong sa Tawong Lungsod. Yung HL of course, parang parang yun yung party list the party na pinound ni President Duterte, and then the offshoot of that is the hugpong ng Pagbabago na kung saan yung yun nga yung kay Sara Duterte. No? So yeah, again, dumadating na dito yung mga botante. Bring an umbrella, maulan po.
We went from one dynasty in Ilocos Norte to another dynasty here in Davao City. And syempre, the Duterte dynasty is trying to go national with Sara Duterte entering national politics also. But let's zoom in on the local elections in Davao City. Ralph, nabanggit mo nga kanina, di ba, there are challengers to the two Duterte children who are running one for re-election and another for a post higher than what he currently holds right now. What are ano yung reception ng voters based sa pag-iikot mo dyan sa candidacy ni Roy Lopez at ni Mags Maglana?
Alam mo, Bea, in general, napakatahimik ng Davao City. I mean, kung i-compare ko yung experience sa Manila, no, parang may pink wave, ang daming taong nakasuot ng pink, may mga kung ano-anong paandar. Yung mga BBM voters naman, very red and green. Dito parang very chill lang. You can see posters, pero it's very chill. Parang I don't know how to describe it pa. No? Parang wala yung ganong klaseng passion as compared to Manila and the other areas. Pero ang sinasabi nito ni Mags Maglana, na interview ko siya the other day, no? Siya lang ang lone na female na tumatakbo sa pagka-kongresista dito sa first district ng Davao City. She says, yes, she concedes na iba talaga yung karisma ng ama na si President Rodrigo Duterte, pero iba ang pagtingin ng mga Davaoeños sa kanilang mga anak, and more in particular sa mga lalaking anak. Kung ano man yun, well, I mean, it's Mags didn't want to elaborate anymore. Parang leave it to the news reports na lang daw. Because as you know, Baste, very happy-go-lucky yung image sa kanya, di ba? Parang the surfer. So medyo may ganong image. Ito si Roy Lopez naman, no, na tumatakbo bilang pagka-mayor, who came out of retirement just to do this, no. Sinasabi niya he has good chances even though he's an independent at talagang may makinarya ang mga Duterte. Because again, the image of Baste Duterte, parang his first time din niya, di ba? Parang from vice mayor, first time niya magiging mayor if ever he wins this. So Roy Lopez says that he has the credentials, is able to flaunt that he is a lawyer, Baste Duterte is not. So yun yung mga how do we frame this, Babea? Parang ano ba? Help me with this. Parang ano ba? Parang cracks, or I don't know how parang opportunities for other candidates to take over Davao City.
Cracks, or at least attempts to chip away at the Duterte dynasty. Again, almost more than 30 years na sila dyan. Mayor Duterte ang mayor ng Davao bukod sa isang term. So salitan lang yan si Rodrigo Duterte and now Sara Duterte. And ngayon tumatakbo naman si Baste Duterte. Thank you, Ralph. We'll be getting more updates from Ralph in Davao City for when the Dutertes vote and also the local race in Davao City. Thanks, Ralph. Okay. Does it let's go back to before Sara Duterte, before the Duterte drama, no? Parang si Sara, mahabang kwento to di ba? Sabi niya, ayaw niya talaga tumakbo ng president, ayaw niya tumakbo ng national post, at hindi, president yung sinabi niya pala. She filed for re-election, she withdrew that candidacy, surprise, surprise, she's lakas CMD. Why aren't voters disillusioned by this Duterte drama? Bakit parang kumana pa nga ate, ang taas niya kaagad sa vice presidential preference polls right away, right?
Well, I think some people actually find this quite entertaining. Parang the Dutertes themselves are grappling with paano ba sila poposisyon in the wake of the father's term. Na parang, it involves a bit of strategizing as well, I think, on their part. And I think, well, we have seen, even in 2019, di ba, parang we were saying that yung, for example, the opposition slate, walang nakuha sa, doon sa opposition slate. And then parang it kind of confirmed na parang Duterte is still quite popular, even with the drug war, even with the incompetent policies, even concerning the economy. So I think that kind of streak continues despite, almost 6 years coming to pass. They're still quite popular and ayun, pero yun nga, parang this time around they're thinking ano ba yung was the best way forward when President Duterte steps down.
Yeah, I just want to add kasi you mentioned, di ba, yung general mishandling, but also the mishandling of the pandemic. And we might talk about this more later, but in effect, the de facto continuity candidates, Marcos Jr. and Sara Duterte, were able to turn the pandemic into a boogeyman for some reason, no? Imbes na ma-highlight na ang dami kapalpakan, maraming mga lapses yung Duterte administration, kasali pa doon yung formally, di ba? Ginawa nilang enemy, common enemy. So, they're the continuity candidate, but they can criticize the past 2 years by saying that it's the pandemic's fault. It's not Duterte's fault. It's the pandemic's fault. And somehow that resonates. We'll be talking and we'll be unpacking that later. But first, we have Aika Ray, who is in Sarangani Province. Aika?
Hi, hello, Bea. Nagsimula na nga yung botohan dito sa Sarangani, no? Right now, we're here at Kiamba Central Elementary School kung saan boboto si Senator Manny Pacquiao. Although hindi pa natin alam kung anong oras siya darating, but we know that Senator Pacquiao will vote here in this classroom. So dito sa classroom na to siya boboto. Yun na nga, no, nagsimula na yung mga tao na pumasok. And actually, ilang minutes pa lang after 6 o'clock and marami na talagang mga tao na pumapasok dito sa Kiamba Central Elementary School para bumoto. Yun nga, no, ang ine-expect ng mga botante dito sa school na ito ay mga nasa 8,000 people. So, it's not a lot compared to others. But yun, siguro, with that, dahil marami-rami na nga yung pumapasok dito para bumoto. Hintayin na lang natin si Senator Pacquiao na dumating dito. Although meron kaming mga nakausap na in the previous election years, si Senator Pacquiao daw, usually, he votes in the first hour daw of voting day. Bea?
JC?
Yes, we were talking about the Pacquiao campaign trail kahapon at sabi natin na parang ang daming mga missed opportunities. For example, his status as a global superstar that was quite underused. Pero Aika, ano kaya yung sentimento? Kasi paano nagbago yung support among people in Sarangani for Pacquiao given that parang nag-fizzle out yung kanyang campaign in the past weeks?
Yung pagbalik niya naman dito, no, I think, hindi naman siya totally nag-fizzle out. That's the term that you used. No? Kasi pagdating naman ng kanyang meeting de avance, if we compare it from his proclamation rally to the meeting de avance, mas maraming pumunta sa kanyang meeting de avance. And we're seeing in a way, parang maganda yung reception sa kanya towards the end dahil nagkaroon din siya ng mga change in messaging may maroon din siya mga shift. And I think throughout the campaign trail, si Senator Pacquiao actually was able to project himself as a candidate na yun na nga, yung pagpo-project niya na siya yung alternative candidate if they don't want to vote for Vice President Leni Robredo or Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. We were able to talk to some people on the ground, itong mga tao dito, and meron talaga mga nagvo-vote na parang pag tinanong mo sila, sino sa tingin mo yung leader na gusto mo, no? Or sino yung leader na, not necessarily asking them sino yung tatanungin nila, but even before tatanungin mo yung sino na aspect ng question, talagang ano sila, ay pakyaw ako eh. So meron pa rin talagang support sa kanya na talagang naniniwala sila, and primarily because of his housing program. Yes.
Bukod sa pagiging alternative candidate, siya rin ay nagpo-posisyon bilang ekonomista. Kaya kabahan ka na, JC.
Kaya nga.
I think Leloy has a question for Aika.
May tanong ako kasi nung unang tumakbo si Sara Duterte under Ferdinand Marcos Jr., parang lumipat lahat ng suporta ng Mindanao kay Bongbong Marcos. Paano na-crack ba ni Pacquiao yung parang Mindanao wall ni Bongbong Marcos as a Mindanaoan himself, or did he try?
Leloy, actually, interesting question. Dahil yan nga yung pinaka dapat nilang makrack, no? Yung mga Mindanao votes that Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte brought in dun sa camp ni Marcos Jr. It seems like, if you're only looking at the surveys, parang hindi eh. And I think mas critical dito kasi kung ano man yung magiging, or kung nag-endorse man si President Duterte, no, ng candidate. Si Senator Pacquiao, meron siyang assumption eh. I think it was in one of the interviews before when he was asked, sa tingin mo ba si President Duterte or ikaw ba ay umaasa pa rin na si President Duterte will actually endorse you? And ang sabi niya, yung hindi pag-endorse daw ni President Duterte is an indirect endorsement daw para sa kanya. Although syempre hindi naman yun malinaw, no, pagdating sa mga tao. Kanyang projection na lang yun na porket Mindanao candidate daw siya. But if we look at it talaga, yung numbers ni President Duterte sa Mindanao, and even in other areas, it looks the same, no? Dahil hindi naman talaga siya nagbago in terms of numbers except for mga 1 or 2% na parte pa rin siya nung margin of error. Leloy.
Salamat, Aika.
Tsaka siguro yung backdrop din dito, no? If you look at Rodrigo Duterte's numbers from around this time, or siguro March 2016, his preference rate numbers in Mindanao was at around 60, upwards of 60. Sara Duterte, as a vice presidential candidate, has a whopping 80% preference in Mindanao. Hindi naman ganun ka, Bongbong Marcos's preference numbers aren't that high, but certainly, as Leloy pointed out, no, talagang dumikit kay Bongbong Marcos yung popularity din ni Sara Duterte. We can talk about Mindanao later, especially with the whole Rosa, may Leti, kung ano-ano mga permutations dyan sa president at vice presidential candidates. But for now, we turn over to the Community Corner's Happy Ferraren. She brings us the latest on the advocacy front.
Welcome to the Community Corner. This is the segment that is dedicated for Rappler's community. My name is Happy Ferraren and I'll be hosting this segment. So this is part of Rappler's rolling coverage of the 2022 national election. So what we're gonna do right now, I'm just gonna let you know how you can join in the conversation online. We have hashtags that we're using. You can use hashtag PHVote, hashtag We Decide, and also hashtag PHVoteWatch. And don't forget, we also have our live page later on for the results that will be coming in. We have a page on the Rappler homepage that is dedicated to all the candidates, so you can find information there about the candidates that are running. If you still want to take a look, a last minute, you still haven't decided who your local candidates would be, you can find information about all of them in the Rappler election page. So that's ph.rappler.com. Later, that's also where we'll be putting the live transmission of results. Later this evening, you'll see that there. So bookmark that page and keep coming back to that, so you'll get the latest updates from the Rappler reporters and editors. So today, we're taking a look online. Actually, I think I just want to greet everybody a good morning, because it looks like online, based on the conversations happening, it looks like many voters are feeling what we call election anxiety. Many voters are saying they can't sleep. There's this feeling of hopefulness, feeling of anxiety. both of that happening at the same time, so feeling hopeful and anxious happening at the same time, because based on, as of 5 a.m., one of the trending topics was "Di ako makatulog," all caps, "Di ako makatulog." So many people weren't able to sleep during the election. So "Di ako makatulog," I couldn't sleep, I can't sleep. We also had election anxiety as a trending topic happening. So again, that was like the sentiment that we were seeing early this morning, starting at 5 a.m. And also, we saw tweets that said, "Today is the day." So I think people already saying that, this is it, election day. Also trending number 8 in the Philippines, number 8 in Philippine trends as of 5 a.m. was "Please Lord." And also, number 12 in Philippine trends as of 5 a.m. was "Vote wisely." So those are the conversations happening right now. So mabuhay kayo, mga team walang tulog. Hello and welcome. Good morning. I hope all of you are feeling okay despite the anxiety that you're feeling. Many people already probably heading out to their voting precincts. And this morning also, we have with us to talk about, to help us understand really the conversations that were happening during the elections. We have part of Rappler's data and research team, Pauline Macareeg, with me. Pauline, she will join me on screen. So recently, we released a report about social media networks of the top 2 candidates. And Pauline was one of those who wrote it. So she's here with me. Hello, Pauline. Welcome. Welcome to the Community Corner.
Happy, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, Happy. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Nakatulog ka ba, Pauline?
Yeah, pero saglit lang.
Okay.
In and out sleep, actually.
Okay, so it looks like many people also like us, wala pang tulog. So, so Pauline, we released a report yesterday about the social media networks of the top 2 candidates right now, Robredo and Marcos Jr. Now, let's talk a little bit about that. We saw that based on the report, it was two-way race between Robredo and Marcos Jr. Can you tell me more about the 2 networks of these candidates? How did it look like online? How were they different? How were they similar?
All right. So we did this study with Manila-based data consultancy Nerve, and we did that by scanning public posts to compare the reach and popularity, actually, of the 10 presidential candidates on Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. But the data showed that it's clearly a two-way race between Robredo and Marcos. And we saw that the gap is not that wide, unlike in the pre-election surveys. So on Facebook, we saw that Robredo leads in mentions, but those are not necessarily from community supportive of her. In fact, we saw that Marcos has a more coordinated network on Facebook. Kasi when we say mentions, what we call that, it's the share of voice or volume of posts. It does not identify sentiment, essentially. But on Facebook, we saw that Marcos has a well-coordinated network, and then Robredo has a volunteer-driven network. So medyo magkalapit sila, but different actors yung their networks are consisting of different actors. So how did we identify the actors in their networks? So first we looked at the accounts, pages, and groups that have posted about the candidates. And then we used community clustering detection to group them based on their sharing behavior. So kung ano yung mga sinishare nila on their accounts, on their groups. And then we group them based on how similar they are with each other. So this method would usually show 3 types of communities. We have 1, the pro communities, which share mostly from sources that are in favor of the candidate. The second type of community, the anti-communities, which share mostly from sources that are against the candidate. And then lastly, there are shared communities that include both pro and anti-entities that amplify content from more neutral sources, like say news organizations or civil society orgs. And then by doing this, we saw that Marcos appears to have benefited the most on Facebook because yun nga, he has a well-coordinated network that's hard to penetrate. Basically, yung sources in his community are mostly loyalist groups and pages, which are then shared by other supporters lang din of the Marcos family. So the network essentially exists in a vacuum, where pro-Marcos propaganda drowns out outsider facts and opinions. So nahihirapang pumasok yung mga other posts containing different opinions or fact checks, for example, nahihirapan sila mag-penetrate dun sa coordinated network ng Marcos kasi mas malakas talaga yung mga loyalist groups and pages niya in terms of amplifying posts about him. In contrast, we saw that sa Lani network, there are more shared sources and nag-share sila from other types of sources, not only from their supporters, meaning they are trying to penetrate more neutral sources. So, for example, yung mga calls for volunteers, unique yan sa Robredo campaign. Doon lang natin siya nakita. And also, we saw that Robredo was also hounded by attacks, of course. Yeah?
Sorry, Pauline, I just have to cut you right there. We're just showing right now pictures of Camarines Sur. This is in Magarao, Camarines Sur in Bicol. So just that's flashing on the screen right now. So this is what it looks like over there. So I just wanted to say that. Sorry. You can continue, Pauline. So you were talking about the difference between the two kinds of networks of Robredo and Marcos Jr. You said one is well orchestrated versus volunteer-driven. You talked about how one of the differences is in the way where they source their information. Can you tell me more about what about behaviorally? What are the different? How do these two networks differ? Other than the sources, yeah.
Yeah, but typically the Marcos network, they just share from each other. So kung merong nag-share dun sa pro-community nila na malaki, it just gets amplified by the other smaller pages, smaller groups. And then yun na yung type of content na kumakalat sa network nila. But in contrast sa Lani network, there are more shared sources. So they share from mainstream media organizations, they share from fact checkers, they share from civil society organizations. They share that to more neutral spaces, let's say volunteer groups, dun sila naghahanap ng bagong audiences. We saw that as an attempt to penetrate more neutral spaces. And then as I was saying earlier, Robredo was also hounded by attacks, but they seem to manage to defend from those through sharing from mainstream media nga and fact checkers to show na hindi naman totoo tong mga to. We have sources to debunk those types of things.
Right. So there, how about in terms of language used or the nature or speed of how they move? Was there any difference? Were some more organic, some less organic?
Yes, of course. We saw naman in Rappler that there's a years-long information operations coming from Marcos supporters, and they tend to share the same types of posts, usually copy-pasted pa nga yan, the same types of captions, for example, and then it just gets shared over and over again. Usually, yung mga captions nila, we saw that, we have observed that nakakapag-trigger sila ng emotions, usually anger or when it comes to posts about the achievements of the family, usually exaggerated yung mga yan. And nandito sa Marcos network din natin usually nakukuha yung mga nafa-fact check ng Rappler fact-checking team. When it comes to the Robredo network naman, in contrast, what we saw, since bago pa lang yung community niya kasi hindi naman nag-start, hindi naman siya existing na as the Marcos network before, na nakita na natin as early as 2014, meron ng ganyang klaseng coordinated behavior sa network nila. Dito sa Robredo campaign, we saw that mas organic, mas calls for volunteers, mas focused on the campaign, mas about the sorties, about the rallies, ganyan. And a bulk of the topics about the Robredo campaign then nagde-debunk nga ng mga false information that were being shared about her and her running mate. Ayun.
Okay. Thank you, Pauline. Now let's talk about social media platforms. What were the differences and similarities, again, that you saw maybe between networks on Facebook and networks on Twitter?
Alright, so tinignan din namin yung Twitter and we saw that sa Twitter, the pro-Robredo accounts lead by a mile compared to the pro-Marcos accounts. So sa Twitter talagang malaki yung influence, malaki yung reach ng mga pro-Robredo accounts. It means that yung mga conversations on the platform mostly about her. In fact, sa top 10 hashtags na nakita namin during the scan, 8 of those are about the Robredo campaign, about her sorties on ground, about her platforms, about about her campaign in particular. In contrast, we saw that mga pro-Marcos accounts, mga bago sila, mga ginawa lang mostly no October 2021. Meron kaming report about it earlier in January. We saw that freshly made accounts, those that were created in October 2021, were trying to spam the platform using pro-Marcos hashtags. It means that the Marcos network is actually trying to penetrate the platform, but they have not succeeded so far because many of the accounts belonging in that network were actually taken down by Twitter days after we released our report.
Right, Pauline, speaking of Marcos Jr., actually we are showing footage now. This is live in Ilocos Norte, so that's where we saw our reporter Lian Buan a while ago. So I think Marcos Jr. is expected to be voting here. So Pauline, so you said Robredo's, in terms of the conversations about Robredo, meron doon talking about platforms, her platforms and what her stands are. Did we see the same in the Marcos Jr. camp?
For the Marcos Jr. camp, ang malaking topic clusters talaga sa kanya, it's about support lang for him and about his sorties then and about endorsements coming from celebrities and other politicians. When it comes to platforms, they're more aspirational, if I could say so. Parang pinapattern nila yung possible na gagawin ni former Senator Marcos doon sa mga nagawa ng father niya na si late President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. When it comes to his concrete plans, hindi siya lumabas sa scan namin, hindi siya malaking topic cluster, more on aspirational talaga na because his dad did this, he might do this also. Parang mga ganon.
All right, Pauline, let's talk about TikTok. So I think this is the first time that we're seeing in a national election in the Philippines that TikTok actually had a big impact in the social media conversations that we were having online. What did you see in terms of political content on TikTok?
All right, we were only able to scan for posts that mentioned the candidates. We were not able to analyze the content because it would require far bigger, more in-depth investigation. But what we saw based on our scan, that Marcos also dominates TikTok. But based on a report from the Inquirer, it is also full of disinformation, which means that it's harder to debunk than Facebook, let's say, for example, because TikTok has no fact-checking program as far as I remember. What we saw in our scan, Marcos leads not only in volume of videos, but also in average views, likes, comments, downloads, and shares per video. So mataas talaga yung engagement ng mga videos mentioning former Senator Marcos. And then in terms of engagements also, Vice President Lenny Robredo and Senator Manny Pacquiao follow closely in a virtual tie. So ayun, talagang as for now, what we see, it's Marcos dominating TikTok. And Robredo, not so much, but she is the second in terms of engagements and volume.
Right, Pauline, did you notice also any crossovers between other candidates? So I know that yung lumitaw talaga is the Robredo and the Marcos Jr. camp. Were there any crossovers between audiences with the different candidates, like in the communities of Isko Moreno, Manny Pacquiao, or Ping Lacson?
Yes. So yung data na nakuha namin, we're able to compare the 6 most prominent candidates. So that's Marcos, Robredo, Moreno, Lacson, Pacquiao, and De Guzman. And we saw that the top 3, that's Marcos, Robredo, and Moreno, bigger yung pro-community clusters nila compared dun sa shared and anti-clusters combined. But dun sa the other three, that's Lacson, Pacquiao, and De Guzman, their pro clusters were dwarfed by anti and shared clusters. So that means na mas marami ang nagpo-post mentioning them coming from sources that are either antagonistic or neutral when it comes to posting about them. And dito sa tatlong to, kay Lacson, Pacquiao, and De Guzman, yung anti-clusters nila, they are mostly composed of the supporters of the top three. So yung BBM Sara tandem, Lenny Kiko tandem, and Isko Willie Ong tandem.
All right. Let's compare naman in terms of, because, we saw this information. This is not the first time we're seeing this information online. We saw that also in the 2016 election. But how different is it now compared to, let's say, when we first saw these networks emerging back in 2016? How different is it now?
Well, yung 2016 kasi, I don't think we were able to study it like this. Kasi I think that set a precedent kung paano ginagamit ng social media sa elections. It was only President Rodrigo Duterte who was documented to have used a large-scale digital campaign on social media. Dito, nakikita natin na parang natuto yung mga tao, natuto na pwede naman pala talagang gamitin yung social media, kaya naman. It just really depends kung paano siya ginagamit. I think mas may similarities yung Marcos network and Duterte network if we're comparing the 2016 to the 2022 elections, in the sense that coordinated yung network nila, and we saw na based on previous reports here in Rappler also, we saw that the Duterte network had pushed content that are not entirely factual or misleading in order to push the campaign of President Rodrigo Duterte. We saw that. We have reports about that. And we see that also here sa Marcos network, since there are a lot of historical revisionist posts, and we have documented those also. And the type of sharers within their network, they just tend to amplify each other. That's also similar when it comes to Duterte and the Marcos networks.
Okay, and one last question. I think really, when I read this report also, there is a clear echo chamber on both camps. Parang kahit na, we're facing the same kinds of issues, we're not talking to each other, even when we're talking about issues that affect all of us. Can you tell us more about the echo chambers that you saw? Are they able to break free from these echo chambers? Like, if, for example, we're looking at the Marcos Jr. camp and we see them sharing from sources that are not really verified, how will people be able to reach out to them with information that's been verified, vetted, like from news agencies? Is there a way we can break this echo chamber so that we can start talking to each other?
You're right, parehong may echo chamber sila, but the difference there is that the Robredo network, they attempt to break through other neutral spaces. Kaya mas malaki yung shared community doon sa network nila. In contrast, itong Marcos network na nakita natin talaga, it's like a huge fortress that's hard to penetrate. Parang dinidefend talaga nila yung sarili nila sa other types of sources. They just and they do that by just sharing posts within each other. In contrast, kahit na medyo may pagka-echo chamber din yung Robredo network, we saw that they're trying to share from more diverse sources, diverse set of sources such as mainstream media nga, fact checkers, civil society organizations, and then they funnel that through other groups, yung mga hindi naman pro Marcos, hindi pro Robredo, yung mga I would say more neutral spaces on Facebook in order to break through those types of spaces. So hindi lang pro Marcos yung ina-attempt na i-penetrate nila, as we saw in the scan. They're also penetrating other more neutral spaces. So the Marcos network does not do that. They seem to be really confident about their network na sobrang laki na they're just sharing each other and they seem to be okay with that kasi nga malaki naman talaga sila and mahirap talaga i-penetrate yung bubble nila. It's the Robredo network that's trying to catch up with that type of huge network that's very well coordinated.
So just to follow up on that, you mentioned that the outreach is happening more on the Robredo side. So the Marcos
Yeah.
Jr. network, how do they grow their network then if they don't do any outreach?
They don't anymore. They just convert more. I think they just convert more supporters to their side because their network is really big na to begin with. We've documented it. I think they've been starting to grow on Facebook as early as 2014. And they had the time to their side and yun yung naging advantage nila in this battle. Kaya hindi na nila kailangan talagang mag-reach out, hindi na sila nag-a-attempt because sobrang laki na ng bubble nila and hindi na feeling nila hindi na nila kailangan pang mag-convert ng others. At least that's what we're seeing in the scan. Kasi they don't really reach out anymore eh. Ayun.
Right. So, Pauline, I think a lot of people who are watching right now are probably on the way to vote. What is your message to the voters who are watching right now?
For the voters, syempre, una, if you can, go out and vote and exercise your right to vote. And if you've been on social media, make sure that just take a deep breath and make sure that what you've absorbed are facts and don't let yourself be misled by the posts that you've seen online because we should always remember that social media is not the internet. Social media is not should not be your first type of source when it comes to researching things online. There are a lot of other sources out there, and if you can get to primary sources, that's better. And just exercise your right to vote.
All right, thank you very much. That was Pauline Makaraig from Rappler's Research and Data Team. So she's really been one of those that have been studying disinformation networks. And you can read the report that she wrote with Don Kevin Hapal. That report is exclusive to Rappler Plus members and that's available online. So you can check that out. So again, thank you, Pauline, for joining me this morning. Pauline's call to the voters was really to really think about the information that we're consuming, checking our feelings so that we don't get affected right away, think before we react. And I think I'll use this time as a chance to talk about also the Facts First PH initiative that the Rappler community started early this year. It's a coalition of over 100 plus media groups, civil society groups, church groups, really coming together for facts so that we can still have a shared reality and a safe and healthy space online where we can have proper conversations, talk about the issues that matter most to us. So we'll be hearing you'll be hearing more from us later on. Again, this is the Community Corner, and keep your eye out on the Rappler election page. That's ph.rappler.com. And again, use our hashtags PHVote, PHVoteWatch, and hashtag WeDecide. So my name is Happy Fararen. I'll see you later on.
Paano bumoto sa May 9, 2022? Sa darating na halalan, May 9, may pandemya pa rin. Kaya't narito ang gabay para sa lahat ng mga botante. Magbubukas ang mga presinto ng 6 o'clock ng umaga at ito ay magsasara ng 7 o'clock ng gabi. Magdala ng ballpen na gagamitin mo sa pagpirma ng Election Day Computerized Voters List. Magsuot ng face mask at face shield para sa mga lugar na nasa ilalim ng Alert Level 4. Tandaan na hindi kailangan magpresenta ng COVID-19 vaccination card o ng negative COVID-19 test result para makaboto. Sa inyong pagpasok sa presinto, asahan ang pag-implementa ng health protocols. Step 1. Temperature check. Kung ang iyong temperatura ay 37.4 Celsius at pababa, Ang botante ay maaaring dumiretso na at bumoto. Kung ang temperatura naman ay 37.5 Celsius at pataas, makakaboto pa rin ang botante, ngunit dadalhin siya sa isang isolated polling precinct na gagabayan ng mga election workers na nakasuot ng Personal Protective Equipment o PPE. Tandaan na nakasaad sa ating konstitusyon na karapatan ng bawat isa ang makaboto. Kung kaya't kahit na suspected o nagpositibo sa COVID, may karapatan ka pa ring bumoto. Step 2. Identification. Magtungo sa Voters Assistance Desk at ibigay ang iyong pangalan. Dito ay malalaman mo kung saan ang iyong polling precinct. Maaari ring alamin ang iyong polling precinct bago pa umalis ng bahay. Makikita ito sa voterverifier.comelec.gov.ph/voter_precinct. Step 3. Get your ballot. Sa iyong presinto, lumapit sa miyembro ng electoral board o support staff. Ibigay ang iyong pangalan, precinct number at iba pang detalye. Para maging sigurado, magdala ng valid ID kung sakaling hanapin. Tandaan na huwag tanggapin ang balota kung ito ay may punit, marka o shade. Suriin ang balota sa desk mismo ng electoral board. Ayon sa guidelines na inilabas ng COMELEC, ang bawat botante ay may isang pagkakataon lamang bumoto dahil iisang balota lamang ang nakatalaga sa bawat botante. Kaya't maging may ingat sa pag-fill up ng inyong balota.
Good morning.
We're watching live images now of Senator Ping Lacson voting in Cavite. Yung meeting de avance ni Senator Lacson was held a day earlier than everyone else, no? Balikan natin yung report ni Rambo about the meeting de avance. Parang ano nga sila, yung message nila ay parang push pa rin tayo. We continue the campaign, we continue this candidacy despite a lot of setbacks, honestly, for the Lacson and Soto campaign. Top of mind, you have Bantalyon Alvarez switching support from Senator Lacson and Soto, Senator Lacson rather, to Vice President Leni Robredo. Balikan natin yung ano, no, parang let's go back to the very beginning. 'Di ba na parang si Senator Lacson, siya yung nagsuggest, 'di ba, na kumbaga parang modified runoff at may magwi-withdraw eventually. Parang ito yung early stages ng unity talks, quote unquote. Bago pa naging unity team ang unity team, nagkaroon ng unity talks yung opposition. What do you think happened? Bakit parang in the end siya yung na-offend, siya yung nagalit nung may mga withdrawal calls na rin for him, di ba?
Yun nga, not sure as well na parang initially there were hopes nga na parang the opposition will coalesce and support for example kung sino talaga nangunguna sa opposition, pero parang somehow that did not materialize. All the other candidates held on na parang even if their survey numbers are not really improving, single digit throughout their campaign trails, parang no one wants to concede, no one wants to give up. I think that's somehow related dun sa parang narrative nila na palaban sila or talagang they're ready to fight on and despite the odds. So yeah, it's a funny thing.
Lalo, you were talking about the unity talks. Again, bago pa man na-launch itong unity team ni Bongbong Marcos at Sara Duterte, nag-attempt yung opposition to build an opposition coalition rather, but obviously the talks faltered. Ano yung track record ng Philippines in actually creating a true alliance of the opposition?
Including yung eventual vice president na si Doy Laurel. But then they realized na napakalaki ng kalaban, so they should unite around the most viable candidate, Corazon Aquino. So hindi naman laging ganito yung nangyayari. In fact, I personally thought that there would be a last-minute surprise na may mag-withdraw, may mag-endorse. Pero wala nangyari, no? I think the last big surprise of this election was really when Sara Duterte slid down to the vice president in favor of Bongbong Marcos.
They tried to pull a surprise on Easter Sunday. Pero I think imbes na ma-surprise ang...
Nainis sa mga tao.
Imbes na ma-surprise si Vice President Robredo or si Bongbong Marcos, silang tatlo ang nagkagulatan sa nangyari sa presko na yun, di ba? Parang just to recall, di ba? I think the initial plan for the three candidates talking about Senator Lacson, is this a press conference with Senator Lacson right now? Maybe you can listen in, if you can. We're watching Senator Lacson in Cavite. So a chance interview, I believe, with the media who's covering him right now. Let's try to listen in.
That's why nag-aangkos kami saglit eh. The campaign is the before. Kasi lahat kami mistake. Kasi kung pessimistic ka, ba't ka padami? So, ano ginawa
Interview kay Senator Lacson, maybe we can bring Rambo na lang later to give us a recap of the chance interview ahead of Senator Lacson voting. Balik tayo ulit dun sa last attempt. Hindi siya surprise last attempt to surprise. As I was saying, parang imbes na magulat ang electorate or imbes na magulat yung dalawang frontrunner, si Vice President Robredo and Bongbong Marcos Jr., sila tatlo nagkagulatan kasi parang initially it was packaged, or at least yung usapan ata nila is to just stand firm and say no one is withdrawing despite the calls for candidates to withdraw. But ang ending, si Isko Moreno apparently went off script and called for Vice President Leni Robredo's withdrawal. The logic then of Moreno was that despite her being number 2 and him being then a distant number 3, kasi siya yung top, second, yun yung, ano niya, di ba? Yung argument niya, kasi parang mas polarizing daw si Vice President Robredo, kaya he stands a better chance at beating Bongbong Marcos. Does that logic make sense to you guys?
Not so much. I wonder what Leloy thinks of it.
Not so much myself also, because yung track record niya is that he proved that he could not run a consistent campaign from somebody who was doing relatively well, who opened with a bang, to somebody who's ending with a whimper. It felt like a desperation move on his part. And I must say, compared to, let's say, somebody like Mar Rojas, who was the previous kind of anti-dictatorship opposition candidate related to the LP, although Leni Robredo is not running under the LP. Leni Robredo is a lot less polarizing because she's not identified with necessarily being Dilawan. In fact, yung pink is not just a marketing move on her part. It's really a definition of her identity. She's a member of the Liberal Party, but she is also her own person, and she's independent from those politics. So I would even push back on this assumption that Leni Robredo is such a polarizing figure.
Yeah. At this point, I wanted to fact check myself. I misspoke earlier about our discussion on the Gini coefficient. That's a measure of inequality what Leloy and I were talking about, and it's actually 0.423 in 2018. So the higher it is, the more inequality there is. So I just wanted to fact check myself on that.
Ganyan tayo dito kasi kung may nasabi tayong mali, i-collect natin kaagad yung sarili natin bago pa kumalat at dumagdag sa disinformation na malaking problema na ngayon it's a huge problem now in the Philippines. We are seeing images of Senator Ping Lacson granting a chance interview with the media ahead of him voting in Cavite. Si Ping Lacson, this is his second run for the presidency, 2004, the first time he ran. A few days ago, we spoke to Gigi Ko about his candidacy nga. Tas parang, why do you think, where does Ping Lacson place in the narrative of 2022? or was he mistaken? I don't know. Like, do you think he was mistaken in thinking that a reformist narrative would work in the 2022 elections?
I think, well, he's trying to present himself as well as a strongman figure. Na parang something close or something similar to what Duterte has been projecting. Pero in the campaign trail, parang he comes off to many people as just boring. I mean, wala masyadong nangyayari doon sa campaign niya. And then, of course, there's the age factor as well. Pero in terms of parang being visible enough to the electorate, especially pandering to the youth, vote, parang hindi, parang wala, he's not there. So parang, yun.
Lahat kasi Bea ng mga kandidato with the exception of Vice President Robredo, they're trying to channel certain parts of the Duterte narrative. So Ping Lacson, of course, as an ex-cop, law and order, and of course, popular yung murderous war on drugs ni Rodrigo Duterte, even if murderous yung war na yun. And then you have somebody like Isko Moreno, ang china-channel niyang aspect of the Duterte persona is this local mayor na action agad. And then si Lenny Robredo, and then of course si Manny Pacquiao, ang china-channel niya yung champion of Mindanao. So in a sense, all of them are trying to ride on the Duterte legacy, trying to be sort of continuity candidate. And then, of course, there's Bongbong Marcos. So, Vice President Robredo is interesting because she has the most unique narrative among all these men who are running for the presidency.
Napag-usapan natin kanina yung unity message na yan. Again, i-disclaimer ko na I was one of the many who laughed at even at the unity narrative, no. But then when I started covering the campaign rallies of the Unity Team Alliance, pumapatok pala siya. Kumakagat pala yung electorate dun sa unity message. Kahit na minsan literally the speech just goes on and on and on about unity, pagkakaisa, unity, literally sometimes, no? But why do you think that resonates among Filipinos?
Naaalala niyo yung kanta dati nung EDSA, yung Magkaisa, yung sinulat ni Tito Soto, Magkaisa. We did research dati on that song when I was still working as a writer for Rogue Magazine. And we discovered that Tito Soto apparently wrote that for Ferdinand Marcos. And then when it seemed as if Ferdinand Marcos was no longer going to be president, inilapit niya yung kanta kay Cory Aquino, and then binigay niya yun yung naging kanta ni Cory. So yung idea of unity or magkaisa being such an empty slogan that can work for two very different candidates, hindi na bago yan, 86 pa lang, meron na yan.
Yeah, well, actually, and if you think of it, yung ganong klaseng unity message is simple, it is clear. Na parang ganun naman parang when you go on the campaign trails, parang there's little space to discuss, for example, specific policies. I mean, very detailed. For example, even if you have a very nice plan in place, parang most people won't bother to really go into the details of it, the nitty-gritty of it. Parang mas patok talaga yung mga ganong klaseng short, sweet messages, and unity is one of those, apparently.
It's snackable. Ang daling i-digest ng voter. But not for a lack of trying, like as in defense of the media. Hindi naman. Pero nililinaw ko lang din na yung mga media naman, mga colleagues ko who are covering the Unity Alliance, we have tried to actually parse through that unity narrative. Kasi parang, okay, unity, yun yung, kasi kumbaga, unity is the marketing campaign of the campaign, right? But like, that's not really a platform. But again, as Lian has reported about this, Lian has spoken about this and written about this, no? The general policy, or at least the apparent policy of the Marcos campaign, at damay na rin dun in a way si Sara Duterte, is to avoid media and to avoid scrutiny sa mga ambush interview or even sit-down interviews. Very select lang na media yung ginagrantan nila or hinaharap ni Bongbong Marcos, and maybe that also helps uphold the unity message in a way.
Tsaka sa tingin ko, Bea, baka may chance din na marami Pilipino na pagod ngayon sa pag-aaway sa bangayan, and they like this idea na meron kang maamo, mabait na tao na tumatakbo para sa presidente na mukhang hindi nakikipag-away at in fact siya yung inaaway.
Kasi yung inaapi nga, yung bugbog sa start ng kwento, at ngayon ay isa siyang hero na umangat. We're watching live images now of Senator Ping Lacson voting in Cavite. He's wearing his trademark campaign color. He's wearing his campaign colors na blue, but hindi naman yung usual uniform ni Senator Lacson. Again, he is live in Imus, Cavite. Hindi natin narinig, we weren't able to hear his chance interview earlier with media, but don't worry, we'll be talking to Rambo Talabong, who covers Lacson's campaign. Once he's free and once siguro matapos si Senator Lacson bumoto, we'll be going to him to talk to him about not just the chance interview, no, but siguro a recap also of the Lacson campaign. I'll go back again to the yung attempt nila at a surprise or a plot twist in the 2022 elections. I might be reading into this, but it was Senator Lacson who seemed obviously miffed, no? Kasi he was asked by the reporters after the press conference, "Sir, kasama po ba kayo dun sa call ni Isko Moreno na mag-withdraw sila ni Robredo?" And he seemed very annoyed, or at least he immediately distanced himself and made it clear na hindi sa kanya lang yun. Wala akong kasama dun. And siguro consistent na rin yun with what he's been trying to project and who he is siguro as a politician.
Yeah. Very striking sa akin yung parang in one of the last, if not the last, parang opportunities for them to go around, ano. Parang meron silang posters sa harap ng vehicle nila na parang sino ang panggera mo? Na parang talagang ganun yung klaseng narrative na ginagamit nila, na parang palaban sila, wartime president, na parang ito na ba yung epekto ng Ukraine? Parang sasabak ba tayo sa Ukraine? Makikisali ba tayo doon? Pero ganun parang it's difficult to get out of that mold or parang narrative na parang if parang the first one to concede or parang to step down or to back out ay parang it will be perceived inevitably as weak, and parang that's totally against their image.
Laloy?
Grabe yung pataasan talaga ng ihi dito sa eleksyon na to, lalo na ng mga macho eh. And I think that's also partly the Duterte effect. This idea na kailangan decisive ka, kailangan hindi ka nagbabago ng isip, hindi ka nagsosorry, alam mo kung ano yung gagawin mo. So lahat ng mga tao na addict doon. So we tend to think na Duterte affected the candidacy of Ferdinand Marcos Jr., but actually he's affecting the entire narrative of this election. Kahit di na siya nagsasalita ngayon, I think this election is still shrouded by the legacy of Rodrigo Duterte.
And if we go back to the start of the filing of COCs, di ba? Yung what's the proper word for it? Yung kakaibang strategy ng PDP laban din na nag-file sila ng placeholder. Tapos si Duterte nag-file as re-election siya ng Davao City Mayor. Tapos nung by the end of substitution, nag-switch sila, and Rodrigo Duterte eventually became a presidential candidate. Naging norm na siya in Philippine politics. Unfortunately, in the 2022 polls, di ba? Ginamit ng lahat ng party actually. Parang just to remind everybody, PDP Laban Kusi factions, original candidates for president and vice president was Senator Bato de la Rosa, the former PNP chief, the loyal soldier of Rodrigo Duterte. Vice presidential candidate sa start was Senator Bongo, isa pang loyal aide ni President Duterte. Tapos nag-withdraw sila, si Bongo slid up to president under an obscure party. Lakas CMD din, meron din silang placeholder candidates for president and vice president, kaya nga nakapasok si Sara Duterte as a vice president. What does that do to our democracy, to the electoral process? Kung kung gumana siya sa election na to, di ba kagayahin ulit siya sa 2025?
Baka kailan na gumawa ng batas preventing that or regulating that, because I think it's really becoming a pattern now.
Right.
And then of course, dahil meron kang mga ganyang klaseng provision, nagkaroon ngayon ng opportunity yung isa sa mga pinakamagagaling na strategists sa Philippine politics, si Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, na mag-set up ng isang unit team that she would back. So let's not forget that one of the reasons why this election looks this way is not just because, of course, of the legacy of Rodrigo Duterte, but the legacy of another former president, Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo.
We're watching images of Senator Ping Lacson voting. Kaka-check niya lang sa boto niya. Actually, na-feed na niya yung balota sa loob ng machine. And he's done voting, I think. Indelible ink na lang. Ayan. So, he's the first major presidential candidate to vote at least kasi may several other presidential candidates pa naman running in the 2022 elections. Siyempre, ito yung photo op natin at ipapakita niya ang kanyang indelible ink. Again, we're watching live images from Imus Cavite. Senator Ping Lacson has voted in his precinct. Again, we'll be calling in Rambo Talabong later for updates. Kung may mga nasabi ba si Senator Lacson kanina, malamang they're gonna try to interview him again right now after the vote. Okay, going back to the Lacson campaign, parang nabanggit ni Gigi the other day na yung itong campaign ng Lacson campaign, basically, ito na yung the oldies of Philippine politics also. Parang siguro trying, parang one last try, di yung zero last. Pero, di ba, parang the campaign team. Pero like, but at the same time, you also see a lot of, to my horror, people our age, younger people, moving into politics. Hindi na lang sila, kumbaga, hindi na lang sila staff, pero sila na yung main people in the campaigns. What will this do kaya to Philippine politics? The entry of millennials and Gen Z, not just the entry pala, pero our generation and the younger generation is starting to become the movers and shakers of Philippine politics.
Yeah, it's quite concerning kasi parang yung generations ngayon, parang yung mga digital natives talagang exposed na sila from a very young age dun sa internet, for example, as well as yung disinformation as well that comes with the internet. So parang inevitably, yung narratives or yung the way they engage in politics will be informed by that kind of exposure. And considering that, we'll be talking about yung exponential rise of disinformation, how lies spread faster than the truth online, then inevitably parang are we going into that era na parang all our elections will be polluted somehow by disinformation and it will get worse over time. So it's a grim thing to think of, pero parang we're headed in that direction.
Eloy?
Sabi lagi ko sinasabi, yung isa sa mga sinabi sa akin ni late Chair Chito Gascon of the Commission on Human Rights. He thinks things will get worse before they get better. And I think when it comes to itong issue ng disinformation na nabanggit ni JC, tama, things will get worse before it gets better because people are finding new ways to game the system to avoid detection. So for example, hindi mo naman kailangan lantaran magsinungaling para manloko ng tao. So maraming lumalabas sa mga TikTok na hindi ganun ka-truthful pero hindi rin naman pwedeng i-flag kasi hindi ka sinungalingan na kumakalat. So I think eventually we will get used, we will develop our critical lens towards misinformation and disinformation better. But it will take time kasi bago lang tong technology nito. I mean, in terms of Philippine elections, I would say this is probably only the second presidential election wherein social media actually plays a big role. So marami pa tayong kakainin bigas in terms of learning how to negotiate these things. Agree ako dyan kay JC.
Have we not been through enough yet? So, malayo-layo pa yung kalbaryo siguro natin. Let's talk to Jairo Boliedo live from Cainta, Rizal. Jairo, tell us about your coverage. Jairo? I think we'll return to Jairo when his connection stabilizes a little bit. Since nag-start na tayo ng konti.
Hi, Bea.
There you go.
Nandito tayo ngayon actually sa likod, sa harap. Hello? Hi, Bea.
Go ahead, Jairo.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ayan. Oo. Nandito tayo ngayon sa likod mismo sa tapat, ng bahay ni Calyodi dito sa Cainta, Rizal. At kasama natin siya kanina. Kasama natin siyang mag-breakfast ng kaunti para kamustahin siya prior to mag-cast siya ng vote sa Cainta dito rin mismo sa Rizal. Mahalaga yung araw na ito for Calyodi kasi nga, this is the first time that a labor leader is running for president. Kaya mahalaga sa kanila na magbigay ng statement ngayong araw na up until today ay solid yung kanilang labor vote na inaasahan nila. Although, kailangan natin i-note na mahaba pa yung, maging mahirap yung run ni Calyodi, especially that the labor sector is not entirely solid. Especially na yung labor sector or yung factional labor sector na kasama niya ay hindi rin ganun karami as compared doon sa mga umanib kay Vice President Leni Robredo and Ferdinand Marcos Jr. At around 8 a.m., pupunta na si Calyodi doon sa kanyang presinto para bumoto. Samantala yung running mate niya naman na si Walden Bello ay boboto naman sa Quezon City. Yung kanilang mga senatorial slate ay boboto doon sa kanilang mga probinsya. Kaya?
Jairo, nabanggit mo kanina nakasama mo si Calyodi for breakfast. Ano namang mood niya? Parang nabanggit mo nga, this is a historic, it's a historic run for the movement and obviously for him on a personal level. Ano yung mood ni Calyodi kanina?
Ayan, interesting question, Bea. Kasi among all the presidential candidates, isa si Calyodi, isa nagpa-unlock sa media na i-cover siya prior to the voting. So inimbitahan niya tayo dito. Tapos pagbukas niya ng gate, masaya siya. As in, maliwalas yung mukha niya. And then suot niya yung kanyang signature na red polo. So pagpasok pa lang kanina Calyodi, inanyayahan niya kami pumasok doon sa kanyang tahanan, ay maligaya siya at magaan yung mood niya. So parang walang bakas ng pressure, talagang confident siya sa araw na ito.
I think Leloy has a question.
Siguro Jairo kaya siya confident kasi wala naman siyang expectation na mananalo, di ba? He ran to influence the narrative of the election. Ano yung criteria sa tingin mo in Calyodi's mind for a successful campaign? What would make this campaign successful for him?
I think Leloy, hindi siya umaasang, hindi siya mananalo because confident naman siya na makakakuha siya ng suporta. Pero katulad nga ng masabi ko in previous analysis natin, hindi kasi siya delusional na talagang naniniwala siya kahit paano doon sa statistics ng survey. So siya, it's more of a statement for him na nakatakbo siya dito at ang measurement niya ng success dito sa kanyang kampanya ay yung kanyang tagline na nasimulan ko. Ang mahalaga sa kanya, parang nagbigay siya ng statement na yung mga labor platforms, pagtataas ng minimum wage, pag-e-end ng ENDO, pagtanggal ng mga manpower agencies, na ilahad niya yun on a national scale at napakinggan siya ng maraming tao. As compared to 2019 elections, mas nakilala siya ng tao ngayong 2022. Kaya yun yung sinasabi niya, tagline niya. From manggagawa naman, eventually ginamit niya na rin yung at least na simulan ko.
While we don't have footage, but Bongbong Marcos Jr. in Batac, Ilocos Norte is already at his precinct to vote. I will give you updates as soon as they're available. Anyway, but JC had a question for Jairo.
Yes, Jairo, you're in Cainta right now. It's very interesting as well yung local race for the for mayor. We know that si Elenita Nieto is running against Alvin Patrimonio, interestingly. I'm not sure how much you've gone into it, pero yung local race for the mayoralty, pero is there any insight from where you're coming from?
Yeah, I think if we're gonna put the context of Calyodi in the local race, as compared to other presidential candidates like Vice President Leni Robredo, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., even Panfilo Lacson, secured the endorsement of the local chief executives or at least the local politicians. But Calyodi has yet, or we can just say na hindi niya nakuha yung endorsement. So, even in his turf na makakonsider natin here in Cainta Rizal, medyo nag-struggle siya to get endorsement. At mahalaga naman yun. We have to acknowledge the fact na mahalaga yung political endorsement from the local politicians, especially na maaari sila makatulong sa machineries, sa pagkakampanya sa iyo, at matulungan yung campaign mo all throughout the campaign season. But that's not the story for Calyodi.
Yun nga, Jairo, parang is it even something that they want? No, na gusto ba nila makakuha ng, kasi diba their campaign is kumbaga, they want to reject the usual politics in the Philippines. So, are endorsements to them from incumbents even important? Or OA naman sabihin na hindi, wala silang pakialam kahit wala silang endorsement from incumbents?
Yes, Bea, we had to clarify that in the middle of the campaign. Para, would you accept endorsements from, let's just say, people you consider traditional politicians? They said na although they reject traditional politics and elitist politics, as they call it, mahalaga pa rin sa kanila yung mga ganitong klase ng pagsuporta. Lalo na kung yung politician na mag-endorse sa kanila, national or local, ay makakasundo nila doon sa kanilang mga platforms. So parang hindi lang sila papayag na i-endorse sila. Parang gusto nila mag-bargain sila into something. For example, if a local politician would endorse them, dapat parang magkakaroon ng pledge or covenant yung local politician na yon na papangalagaan din yung karapatan ng labor sector. So, para nagiging give and take yung magiging relationship sana nila. Although meron namang mga konting mga small-time local politicians na nag-endorse, pero mostly ng mga nag-endorse sa kanila ay bahagi rin naman kasi nung kanilang faction or nung sector. But traditional and elitist politicians, as they say, wala gaano.
Jairo, naalala ko lang yung interview ni Calyodi with Maria for yung first 100 days na series, no? Parang nabanggit niya ata na kumbaga yung gains ng last 3 months sa official campaign period, kapantay niya ang taon ng advocacy work nila, ng trabaho nila sa sector nila. Pero since you've been covering the campaign closely, can you parang paint us a more vivid picture? Like, what does this mean for them exactly when you say na the past 3 months have been equivalent to years of work on the ground for them?
Actually, mahalaga for them kasi parang for the longest time, for example, Calyodi has been a labor leader for over 30 years at isa siya sa mga leaders nitong buklurang manggagawa ng Pilipinas at Partido Lakas ng Masa, kasama yung laban ng masa. For how many years and how many decades, hindi sila masyadong napapansin ng mga tao, even yung mga calls nila. Ang mga nakakakilala lang, specifically on Calyodi, is yung mga background sa activism, sa unionism. Kaya nila nasabi na yung 3 months ng campaign ay worth na doon sa decades nung kanilang pagtatrabaho dahil because of the campaign, specifically because of debates, forum or fora, nagkaroon ng pagkakataon si Calyodi na mailahad yun on a national scale at nakilala talaga siya, especially ng mga kabataan. Maaari din nating ma-connect yun doon sa rise to fame ni Attorney Luke Espiritu, isa sa mga senatorial candidate nila, na because of the SMNI debate, ay nakilala ng mga tao at ngayon nakakakuha ng support, especially from the youth. So, yun yung kanilang matatawag na nila na kahit papaano, na success sa kanila yon dahil nakilala sila on a national scale at pinapakinggan yung kanilang mga causes and platforms.
Yeah. Thank you, Jairo. We'll be getting more updates from Jairo later throughout the day. But for now, we have photos of Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and his son Sandro in line to vote in Batac, Ilocos Norte. The father and son duo are already inside the voting precincts. These photos were taken minutes earlier by Lian Buwan, who is on the ground covering the Marcos family as they vote in Batac, Ilocos Norte. As mentioned earlier, di ba? Sabi nga ni Lian, ito si Sandro, kumbaga ito na yung bagong generation ng Marcos na pumapasok sa politics. Although his cousin is the incumbent governor, but Sandro is he's challenging Ria Fariñas para i-represent ang 1st District ng Ilocos Norte. We'll get more updates from Batac, Ilocos Norte when they come in. But for now, we're looking at images of Bongbong Marcos Jr. and Sandro Marcos entering the voting. They have already entered actually the voting precinct in Batac, Ilocos Norte. Isa itong thing na napansin ko rin sa Marcos campaign, kay Marcos Jr. Sa pag-launch ng candidacy niya, kasama niya yung immediate family niya, so the wife, the 3 sons. Sa pag-cap off din ng campaign, sa meeting de avance nila sa Parañaque, kasama rin nila ulit complete family, even if Sandro is seeking to challenge Ria Fariñas. Leloy, bakit deliberate ba ito na attempt din na parang to project na this is my family, this is the Marcos clan?
Makikita mo sa TikTok yan, no? Hindi ako nanonood ng TikTok nila, pero marami akong binabasa ng mga summary ng mga TikTok kasi hindi ata kaya ng puso kong panoorin yung alta-presyon ako. Pero there's this entire narrative they're projecting that they are a loving family that we can eavesdrop on. And when we eavesdrop on them, we realize they're just like us.
Yeah.
That's how they make themselves relatable. Kasi if you look at it from the outside, the Marcoses are actually not relatable. They're extremely wealthy. Bongbong Marcos has pictures of himself in front of Rolls Royces. He's complaining. There's video of him complaining about riding coach on an airplane.
Yeah.
So hindi talaga sila relatable. But the way you make them relatable is to focus on family and family values. And yun, mahal ng mga Pilipino yun.
Kung ikaw, iniiwasan mo ang TikTok para maiwasan ang Marcos Marcos stans on TikTok. Ako naman, head first, diving into TikTok. Pati na rin sa vlog network ng Marcos. And you're correct, oo nga, ito nga yung pinaproject ni Marcos Jr. at ng family niya. In fact, if you look at his vlogs, a lot of them I watched as part of our research in covering the Marcos Jr. campaign. And a lot of them, not with my full consent kasi naka-loop siya sa mga campaign rallies kasi ng unit team, no? Yung sign-off ng vlog ni Marcos at ng unit team minsan is the three sons. Sila yung sila yung gumaganon, subscribe to the channel. So, parang ang fascinating nga nun, yung deliberate attempt nga to humanize and make the Marcos family relatable, even if, as Leloy pointed out, they're anything but relatable if you think about it.
When it comes to Sandro, they're really grooming him,
Yeah.
and it seems to be really working.
Yeah.
Yung mga sims for
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Sandro.
No, I mean, it sounds funny na parang ginagawa siyang matinee idol. Pero even Marcos Jr., his father, says it on the campaign trail. Kasi parang hinahanap siya ng mga supporters, di ba? Yung joke memorize ko na, no? Yung joke ni Bongbong Marcos ay sinabi daw sa kanya dati pa na kung kumakampanya ka, wag mong isama sa stage ang lalaking mas gwapo pa sa'yo. Parang may ganun na. So parang kita mo talaga yung deliberate shaping of the next generation of the Marcos clan. So
And even yung mga memes against Sandro, for example, the fact that in the last elections parang or may election na parang yung last presidential elections, dalawa yung binoto niya na presidente, tapos parang he was asking for another ballot or something. Parang even that parang the way that goes viral, it spreads his name, it spreads his face. So parang it's working for them as well, yung ganung klaseng memes against Sandro.
Tsaka yung kampanya talaga na to, it's a campaign about intergenerational vindication na parang the son will vindicate the father and will pass it on to his own son. So yun yung resonant narrative nila.
yeah. We talked about this briefly kanina din, yung new generation. Again, yung bulk ng voters in for the 2022 elections, ito yung post-EDSA voter, no? Yung millennial to the Gen Z generation. Kumbaga, buhay ka man nung martial law or nung not martial law rather, pero nung EDSA revolution or nung People Power Revolution. Pero parang wala ka na talagang solid memory, yung bulk ng voters ngayon. Where does that place us relative to, this new generation of the Marcos dynasty entering politics?
I wanted to say, Bea, na hindi lang dahil maraming mga taong hindi pinanganak nung EDSA at nung martial law, pero kahit yung mga pinanganak, let's say, for example, let's say you were born in 1965. Pinanganak ka 1965, let's say you start reading the newspaper when you're a teenager. So you start reading the newspaper in the 1970s. So in the 1970s, puro propaganda ni Marcos yung newspaper. So yung first exposure mo to politics of that generation, kabalastugan na ni Marcos. So the disinformation really goes way back. So it's not just the generations that didn't see it, it's also an entire generation that was raised on Marcosian propaganda for most of the 70s.
Yeah, meron akong uncle na balikbayan, and I've been talking to him for the past couple of weeks. Pinanganak siya, 5 years old siya around the time martial law was declared. And then fast forward to today, parang ang sinasabi niya, talaga disiplina ang kailangan ng mga Pilipino, hindi tayo maunlad dahil hindi disiplinado ang mga Pilipino. So parang talagang ingrained talaga sa kanya na all these years later, parang yung ganong klaseng echoes of the dictatorship, yung mga narratives during the early days of the dictatorship, talagang resonate with him pa rin. And that applies to many Filipinos, especially those overseas.
We have live footage from Ilocos Norte. Lian Buwan is there covering Bongbong Marcos Jr. as he casts his vote. We're looking at footage of Bongbong Marcos Jr. Nakapila siya sa presinto niya. Again, ito ay nasa Batak, Ilocos Norte. He's wearing white. Malamang alam niyo naman siguro na yung campaign color niya ay red. He's already shaded it. Hasn't he? Yes, she shaded his ballot na. So nakapila na siya ngayon para ipasok yung balota sa voting machine. He's the one wearing a white shirt. Nakatalikod siya from the camera. He's not wearing his campaign colors, so
Bakit kaya?
baka hindi nyo the white shirt with the black collar. Normally naman kasi the candidates tend to avoid wearing their campaign colors. Although Ping Lacson did wear blue earlier. They tend to stop wearing their campaign. Baka naubusan din, joke lang. Baka naubusan sa
Yan ba ang color
90
ng
days ba
unity?
naman, araw-araw, kung susuot ka ng kulay red, baka nagsawa ka na rin. So again, earlier we showed you photos of Bongbong Marcos Jr. and his son, Sandro Marcos, in Batac, Ilocos Norte, about to cast their vote. Pa kanina ngayon nakapili na si Bongbong Marcos nga para bumoto sa presinto niya. Kung nagtataka kayo kung bakit medyo challenging yung footage natin kasi hindi allowed pumasok mismo sa voting sa classroom yung media, so I think they're shooting footage of that from outside the window of the classroom. We also talked kanina about yung itong si Sandro Marcos is attempting to challenge Ria Fariñas, a member of another political dynasty in Ilocos Norte for the 1st district of the province. Again, this is also, like Laloy mentioned earlier, di ba, pero ito yung pagpasok na ulit ng bagong Marcos characters from the dynasty.
Sa multiverse ba to?
Oh, the multiverse na mga Marcos. Ito yung hindi to Avengers eh. Pero no, but also to clarify, hindi lang si Sandro from his generation yung pumapasok sa politika, no. The incumbent governor is the son of Amy Marcos. So siya nauna or siya yung incumbent ngayon, and then his cousin is gunning to join the family business or the
Enterprise.
Tama bang sabihin family business? Pero kanina rin nakausap natin si Lian Buwan, no,
dito
na
sa Batac, Ilocos Norte, yung kanyang kapatid na si Irene at ang pamangkin na si incumbent Ilocos Norte Governor Matthew Marcos Manotoc. Governor Matthew is running for re-election opposite former Congressman Rudy Fariñas. Nandito rin ang anak ni Bongbong na si Sandro, his eldest Sandro, although Sandro is registered in Lawag, and Sandro is running for representative of Ilocos Norte 1st District opposite the incumbent representative Ria Fariñas, daughter of Congressman Rudy Fariñas.
She's in Ilocos Norte, Batac, Ilocos Norte right now, covering Bongbong Marcos Jr. as he votes. The footage that we're seeing, kapapasok lang nung balota sa machine mismo at chine-check ni Bongbong Marcos Jr. Ngayon, he's checking yung receipt kung tama ba yung pagboto niya. Kanina rin, hindi ata nakuna or hindi na nasama sa live footage, no? Pero nauna kay Bongbong Marcos Jr. Si Irene Marcos Araneta, yung kapatid niya, his sister. The only Marcos of their generation na hindi kasama sa politika, Bongbong Marcos Jr. is of course running for president. Yung kapatid niya si Amy is an incumbent senator. So mag-roll call muna tayo ng Marcoses in politics, no? Si Matthew Manotoc ay incumbent governor, and Sandro Marcos is challenging Ria Fariñas to represent the 1st district of Ilocos Norte. May iba pang mga Marcos sa ibang positions, pero within the immediate family of the late dictator, sila yung mga either in politics now or attempting to enter politics now. Tinanong din natin kanina si Lian, no, na yung story ngayon ng Ilocos Norte is the Team Marcos versus Team Fariñas. For our viewers who might...
Makakatune in pa lang, nandito tayo sa Mariano Marcos Memorial Elementary School. Kakaboto lang ni Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. dito sa Batac, Ilocos Norte. Kaka-feed niya ng balota niya sa VCM, so we're waiting for him to come out of the school. And we actually don't know his plans, kung babalik siya agad ng Mandaluyong sa kanyang headquarters, or will he stay here for a little while? Because Team Marcos is running here also. Sandro is here with him ngayon, pero sa Lawag naka-register Sandro. So I'll flip my cam so you can see Sandro.
So kung baga sinamahan lang ni Sandro yung tatay niya, but he's not actually a voter in Batac. He has to vote. He's voting in Lawag. Again, Sandro Marcos is a candidate to represent the 1st district of Ilocos Norte. Ito nga, Leloy, no, hindi pala siya voter sa presinto na to or sa town na to. And yet sumama siya sa tatay niya to cast his vote.
That's
So,
Sandro in the
yung
maroon shirt.
first movie about
That's
Ferdinand Marcos ang
BBM
pangalan ng
waving to his
Hold on,
supporters
Leloy.
here in Batak.
Hold on, we have,
Batak is the hometown of the family. It's the hometown of the late dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr.
Because we're watching Lian Buwan, she's reporting live from Ilocos Norte. Katatapos lang ni Bongbong Marcos bumoto. Tignan natin kung magagrant siya ng ambush.
Tapos na actually
Tapos
na bumoto si former Senator Bongbong Marcos Jr. We're just waiting where his team would go. We don't know kung sasamahan ba niya si Sandro sa Lawag or if Sandro has already voted in Lawag. Sandro and the boys, we've been told, are registered in Lawag and not here in Batak. Ang bumoto dito sa Batak ay si former Senator Bongbong Marcos at ang kanyang kapatid na si Irene.
So, as you can see, medyo natabunan siya ng konti. But the man in white with black piping accents on his shirt, that's Bongbong Marcos Jr. who just finished casting his vote in Batak, Ilocos Norte. Tingnan natin kung magagrant siya ng ambush interview. Since Lian isn't speaking muna, you can read previous reports about this, but the Marcos campaign has been very elusive towards the media throughout the 90-day campaign period. Actually, even before that, no, parang umiiwas sa certain media outfits or generally the embedded media that's assigned to cover him. Although they do favor a lot of certain media organizations, certain media groups, and most definitely they favor the vloggers, right? Nabanggit din to ni Lian sa report niya dati na parang sa meeting de avance may special shout out pa ang vloggers, with the shout out, if I'm not mistaken, was andito sila yung nagre-report ng katotohanan. That's nothing new in the context of Philippine politics. I do recall in the 2016 campaign kay Rodrigo Duterte, no? Parang naririnig na natin yung mga ganong sentimento na buti pa ang vlogger. Ito yung, what you call this, sila yung nagbabalita ng totoong balita sa kandidato nila or sa bet nila. Leloy, I was talking kanina about, yung the general tendency of the Marcos campaign to avoid run away, sometimes literally, from media. We have a lot of footage of him either avoiding media or his team, like literally muscling out and boxing out media. Bakit kaya din, is this consistent with the way the Marcoses in general have treated mainstream media?
Hindi naman sila sanay sa challenging questions because they're an authoritarian family. For most of the 70s, as I said, they controlled the media. At kung mag-i-interview si Ferdinand Marcos, luto na yun, or nung panahon na yun, lutong makoy. So, in a sense, they're just borrowing from that playbook. It's just that they're using the tools of today to manufacture the same kind of content. So if before you had somebody like Ronnie Nathaniels or Kit Tatad interviewing Ferdinand Marcos Sr., and luto na yung interview ngayon naman ito yung mga vlogger na nag-interview sa kanyang anak. At luto na rin, lutong makoy na rin yung results ng interview na yun. Walang magcha-challenge.
Yeah, and also SMNI, the network owned by Doomsday Preacher Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, parang yun yung, in fact, meron silang special segment na ang title ay, parang something about the front runner.
Yeah.
So, sa latter rallies ng Marcos campaign, mapapansin, prominente, may stage talaga for their correspondents to talk to Bongbong Marcos one-on-one, samantalang yung embedded media assigned to cover him, literally nilalaglag na lang. Hindi yun metaphor, ha? Literally nilalaglag na lang minsan sa pagtatry na sumiksik at ma-ambush interview si Marcos Jr.
Meron akong nakita, Bea, recently along C5, na malaking poster ng isang media organization known to peddle some of the Marcosian lies. At ang nakalagay doon sa poster, we fact-check the fact-checkers. so parang that just tells you na parang the extent of parang really trying to shape the narrative ano, na parang fact checkers, tapos you need to fact check that, and then parang they proclaim their own truths. I think we're trapped somehow in that era, and we really need to push back against it, otherwise itong democratic project natin will really collapse in itself. Di ba, Leloy?
Leloy, ito ba yung it gets worse before it gets better?
Nabanggit nyo kanina, hindi to Avengers. Actually, para sa akin, para tong Star Wars eh. Kasi nung yung Force Awakens, lumabas si Snoke. Akala mo yun yung kaaway. Tapos yung conclusion, hindi naman pala si Snoke yung kaaway. Yung old emperor pala, si Palpatine. So, ganun din dito. Kala natin iba na yung kaaway, pero nandyan pa rin yung old forces from 30 years before.
Yeah.
Nag-adapt lang sila sa makabagong technology at makabagong means of disinformation available to them nowadays. Unfortunately for us. We're watching footage of Bongbong Marcos voting in Batac, Ilocos Norte. Medyo malayo siya sa camera. Ayan, let's listen to Lian.
We're here at the... He's moving, so tatakbuhin din natin siya.
Sige. Samahan natin si Lian habang tumatakbo sila. Makikita niyo real time kung gaano din ka-struggle i-cover si Bongbong Marcos Jr. In the campaign until the very end. Literally hinahabol ng media. We're watching footage again from Batac, Ilocos Norte of Lian and our colleagues in media chasing after the presidential frontrunner based on opinion polls, Bongbong Marcos Jr., who just voted in Batac, Ilocos Norte. Kasama niya kanina yung kapatid niya, his sister Irene, and his son, ayan na ang harang.
Is this a preview of what Lian will be doing in the next 6 years?
Ayan na ang
Makipagbalyahan ba siya?
Hindi lang siya preview of the next 6 years should Marcos Jr. win, but this is basically parang reenactment. This has been what it's been like the whole campaign, the whole 90-day period. I've also covered their sorties. Salitan kami minsan ni Lian or sumasalo ako sa mga sorties that Lian cannot attend. This has always been the story, except for certain areas or certain stops where there are journalists that they favor. And miraculously, hindi natakot sa media or hindi na elusive sa media si Bongbong Marcos Jr.
Siya dadaan palabas. So,
watching
the usual barricade has now been set up here sa dadaanan ni former Senator Bongbong Marcos Jr. Nakita natin kasama niya ang kanyang panganay na si Sandro. So we'll try to ask him kung anong plano niya ngayong araw, if he's gonna stay in Ilocos Norte.
For context, hindi rin kasi alam ng media covering him or at least...
Apologies, I'm catching my breath. Malayo yung tinakbo natin. Mula sa
pahingahin natin ng konti
harap
si Lian.
ng school, papunta dito sa likod ng school.
So again, for context, Lian pointed out that they don't know his schedule for today. Again, that's nothing new. Kung baga, hindi naman where's Waldo, pero minsan nagpupunayhenyo kami para lang mag-gets kung ano bang itinerary ng mga campaign schedule, ano ba yung campaign schedule ni Bongbong Marcos at ng unit team. For context also, it's much easier to... Let's listen in on the live footage now in Batac, Ilocos Norte. Hindi kasi natin alam kung ano yung plano ni Bongbong Marcos today. Is he joining his sons in voting in Lawag? Kasi doon natin sila naka-register to vote. Is he flying to Manila right after this? Kasi headquarters is in Mandaluyong. Hindi natin alam. Malalaman, siguro baka malaman natin in a bit. Ayan, dito lapit.
Coincidentally si Waldo, white and red din ang outfit ni Waldo.
Wait lang.
Sakto rin pala sa kulay ni Waldo.
Sir, anong balak natin today? Stay po ba ng Ilocos Norte today, sir? Sandro, anong plano? Will your father stay with you here? Relax. Kalma. Sandali. Sir, what's the plan? are you going to Mandaluyong, sir? Agad-agad? Sir? Sir, saan po si Congresswoman Imelda Marcos, sir? Sir, saan nyo na po balak after? Sir, where are you going after? Sir? Sir, saan nyo na po balak after, sir? Sir, everyone is looking for Congresswoman Imelda, sir. Sir, nasan po si ma'am?
BBM!
Natapos nata yung live stream. So until the very end, hindi rin nagpa-unlock ng ambush interview si Bongbong Marcos Jr. Katatapos niya lang bumoto sa Batac, Ilocos Norte. He was joined by his son, Sandro Marcos, who is running to represent Ilocos Norte's 1st District, but he isn't registered in Batac. Doon siya sa Lawag, boboto. In attempt, the media covering Bongbong Marcos Jr. tried to ask him honestly, a very simple question. Ano bang plano niya today? Hindi sila pina-unlock, hindi sila sinagot. At nakita natin nga kanina, dire-diretso din sila sa vehicle and they left na Batac, the school where he was voting earlier. We're joined today also sa panel with community doctor, Dr. Josh San Pedro. Hello.
Good morning.
Kamusta? Okay. Doc, parang, in the 90-day campaign, no, parang a lot of things have been brought up. We talked a lot about history and the historical significance of the Marcos rebranding with Leloy, the economy with JC. But the pandemic seems to have not been a major talk point. Did this surprise you na hindi siya ganun kalaking issue sa campaign?
I guess a little, especially given that during September we had a major surge, and then again another one with record high cases in January and February. Everybody was thinking, paano ba natin na gagawin yung campaign period under these circumstances? So it was more about how do we adhere to that, and instead of really how to address the pandemic and how the candidates should address how the pandemic should be addressed. And that wasn't really something that was at the forefront. I guess it just shows, number one, maybe the anxiety of people to still keep discussing the pandemic during the election. But at the same time, there's this trend that it's becoming a little more complacent with regards to how the pandemic is still ongoing, but it's really minimized, taking the backseat to the elections.
Yeah. Hopefully, we can at least discuss it today, no? Para at least the people watching the live stream now will start thinking or bumalik man lang sa consciousness ulit natin kasi nga natabunan siya a lot by the main talk points of this campaign. But on the line right now is multimedia producer Nina Liu, who just voted in Pasong Tamo Elementary School in Quezon City. She'll be talking to us about her voting experience. Nina?
Hi, Bea. So I don't know if you can see right now, it's very overexposed behind me, but I'm at Pasong Tamo Elementary School, like you mentioned, that's in Quezon City. under District 6 and I voted for the first time. So I think relatively, my experience was a smooth one. Pagdating ko lang dito though, at 6 a.m. sharp, the line was already very, very long. No doubt about that. Outside, the line was reaching outside the school already. Mga a little less than 500 meters, pero punong-puno na sa labas, pati sa loob. But once you get inside, for me, my stark observation was the volunteers, everyone involved in running the election process, at least dito sa precinct ko, they were all very well prepared. The teachers, the PPCRB volunteers, the poll watchers. And for me, it really helped na I came prepared. So I knew what my precinct number was already. Kasi doon medyo nagkakapunuan pagpasok mo dun sa covered area in the school. People crowd dun sa board kung saan nililista yung mga precinct numbers. So for those who weren't able to check beforehand, nagkakadikitan doon. So if you know your precinct number beforehand, better na hindi ka na makigulo doon. Which I did. So diretso na ako sa room, sa precinct ko sa taas. And once I got there, again, meron namang list outside of all the classrooms. So I was easily able to locate my number in my precinct. And once I got that, meron namang nakaabang doon na the teachers and the PPCRBs to assist and get your number. So dito rin sa amin, pinaprioritize talaga nila yung seniors. May special, walang special line for them rather. Pinapauna sila sa pila kapag meron. And there are also chairs outside the classrooms to accommodate them. Once you get inside, I would assume that is how it should go naman talaga. They give you your ballot. They also show you that it is unmarked. It is very clean. It is brand new. So I made sure of that before getting mine as well. They give you your secrecy folder and your pen, and then you're allowed to take your seat and go vote already. And when feeding to the poll machine also, there's either a PPCRB volunteer there watching you or mismong yung teachers who are assigned in the precinct to do that. Of course, you have to do that yourself. You have to feed your ballot yourself, which I did. And I also made sure to check my receipt after din. Sa pintuan pa lang, meron ng health protocols that you follow. So nandun, may medical personnel rin nagbabantay aside from mga security guard na assigned sa entrances. You have to take your temperature and then merong disinfecting station which is just alcohol. But aside from that, hindi naman hinihinga ng vax card. Hindi din tinitignan yung kung naka-face shield ka. So those aren't required to be able to vote. But I think the whole process, it took me about 30 minutes.
Oh.
Or even, about 30 minutes.
Really
So
fast.
okay naman. I'm here outside na actually because I'm done voting.
Nina, first-time voter ka pala, so gagawin kitang representative ng Gen Z,
Yes.
no? Hindi
Sige,
wala
sige.
natang Gen Z sa panel na ito today. How does it feel like? This is a first-time voting for a president, medyo high stakes, very emotional election itong 2022 election. How does it feel, Nina?
For me, it sunk in nung nakita ko na yung resibo. It felt really good for the first time kasi na-realize ko na this receipt that I dropped into this box, especially after seeing na it recorded correctly all the people I wanted to vote for, it felt really nice knowing na I was able to contribute that. So, di ko alam kung cheesy ba yun or ako lang yung nakaka-feel nun. Pero it really sunk in when I saw the receipt because it was final na eh. The decision was made. I made my choice na.
Yeah.
And I made
Medyo naglalag natin ng konti si Nina. Hindi yun OA kasi ako din when I voted for the first time in 2010, may pangiyak-iyak pa akong nangyari. Or baka puyat lang ako nun kasi intern ako nun ng isang news organization. And thank you, Nina. Again, she's reporting live from Pasong Tamo Elementary School in Quezon City, where she just voted for the first time ever. Congrats, Nina, for casting your first vote and in the 2022 presidential elections at that. Ito naman, hindi siya first-time voter, pero Leloy, could you walk us through the experience of being an overseas voter?
Actually, yung unang experience is na-miss ko yung Pasong Tamo High School kasi actually doon ako bumuboto dati. Yung experience ngayon is hindi kasing yung ceremony is not yung pageantry yung ceremony of course is not the same.
Yeah.
Pupunta ka doon, kakausapin ka in September magre-rehistro ka, imumove mo yung voting mo doon sa embassy or doon sa consulate. And then you'll realize one thing, hindi ka pwedeng bumoto sa local elections. Disenfranchised ka, national elections lang yung pwedeng bumoto. Tapos, closer to the election, darating yung balota. At may return envelope yun na may requisite number of stamps. Ang problema, yung stamps na nakuha ko were less than the stamps na binigay dun kay Mrs. So either sumobra yung stamps ni Mrs. or kung ginamit ko yung stamps ko, hindi mapapadala doon sa kailangan niyang parunan. So ang ginawa namin, para rin magkaroon ng konting ceremony at ritual, pumunta kami dun sa consulate at drinap namin dun sa Dropbox yung mga balota namin. Yun nga lang, wala kayong experience na makukuha mo yung resibo ng binoto mo. Yun yung na-miss ko this time.
I do recall noon, nag-reminder ngayong embassy na kailangan dagdagan pa ng isa pang stamp. Kasi medyo dapat ata sa start pa lang sinabi na nila yun. Hindi, sana kompleto yung stamps para wala nang danger na hindi umabot yung balota mo kung overseas voter ka. I wonder lang, no, kasi nga, I mentioned earlier when we talked to Nina, diba, it's a very emotional election. What does it feel like from the diaspora? Like I don't know, because you've also obviously experienced also a high stakes or a presidential campaign while in the Philippines. How does it compare?
It doesn't compare. Gusto kong umuwi. My heart and my brain are still in the Philippines and I'm just so glad to be here. Yung pinakamasakit sa akin, of course, is not being able to attend the rallies and to feel the solidarity of other people who are fighting for democracy and who are doing this out of a real sense of desperation na yung pinaglaban natin bilang isang bayan ay baka pwedeng mawala in the blink of an eye.
Pero Leloy, ano yung, to what extent mawawala yung meron tayo? How bad can it get with the second Marcos presidency?
Sa akin JC, nasa sa atin yun eh. Kaya nga ako personally, linaw naman, bias naman ako, binoto ko si Vice President Robredo. Sabi ko, I'm not going to get rid of my pink wardrobe regardless of what happens. Kasi say manalo si Vice President Robredo, malaki pa rin yung constituency na ayaw sa demokrasya or critical of our democracy. And we need to persuade them and we need to engage them. So kung panalo, magpipink pa rin ako. Kung talo, hindi ako susuko, magpipink pa rin ako kasi ipaglalaban ko pa rin yung demokrasya.
Yeah. I think that's an important talk point na we can flesh out pa later. No? Parang ilang beses na rin pinag-usapan itong wave of voluntarism prompted by the Robredo campaign and what's gonna happen to it after today, whether she wins or she loses. And a lot of people have actually expressed na parang hindi, like what Leloy said, na hindi pwedeng hanggang May 9 lang to. Kailangan i-sustain yung parang wave of hope for a lot of people, for a lot of sectors in the Philippines. But for now, let's look at pictures from Rappler contributors on the ground. This one is from Batak, Ilocos Norte. These are photos of Bongbong Marcos Jr., the presidential candidate. Bumoto na siya kanina. Kung naabutan nyo kanina sa live footage from Lian Buwan, who was covering him earlier, down to the very last day of this election. Hindi siya nagpa-unlock ng ambush interview. At hindi pa rin tayo super sure kung anong gagawin niya kasi his headquarters is in Metro Manila. I mean, a lot of the national candidates' headquarters are in Metro Manila. But we're not yet sure if he's flying, he's going to Metro Manila right away or he's staying in Ilocos Norte after the May 9, after casting his vote and waiting for the results of the elections.
May I ask a question about this behavior ni Bongbong Marcos?
Yes, go ahead, Leloy.
Is this similar to the way our reporters were being treated by Duterte at one point? Kasi alam ko si Pia hindi na rin kinakausap ni Dugong at one point.
Yeah. In the campaign, if you're talking about the campaign period, parang baliktad
Well, pinakausap siya ng campaign.
yung
towards the end, I mean.
Pero later on, pero mas hindi siya, mas targeted siya towards Rappler. I mean, we all know that Rodrigo Duterte has been, mainit ang mata niya at hindi lang mainit ang mata pero may follow through, 'di ba, against certain news organizations, Rappler included. You have ABS-CBN, at one point Inquirer also naging paboritong talk point at punching bag ni Rodrigo Duterte. We're looking at footage now of the former First Lady Imelda Marcos, the wife of the late dictator, footage from earlier. She is speaking to Bongbong Marcos and Irene Marcos Araneta. Again, among the three siblings, si Irene, her children, si Irene lang yung hindi sumabak sa politika. Amy Marcos is an incumbent senator, and Bongbong Marcos was a senator 6 years. In the words of Amy na mismo, 6 years nang walang trabaho si Bongbong Marcos. But he is leading opinion polls for president in the 2022 elections. So going back to what I was saying kanina, no, yun nga, si Duterte, parang as president na siya naging mas blatant yung pang-aapi or pagta-target ng media. Although, yun nga, like I mentioned earlier din, it was at the start of the 2016 Duterte campaign na parang yung rise of the vlogger, quote-unquote, kasali na dun si Mokha Uson na Mokha Uson vlog, pero hindi naman talaga vlog. It was more of a Facebook page, right? kung tama yung memory ko. Pero parang dito una naging mainstream, I think, yung diskusyon na dito tayo sa vlogger, sila yung nagre-report ng totoo kasi yung mainstream media hindi sinasabi ang totoo tungkol kay Tatay Digong. And we're seeing Bongbong Marcos basically, or his campaign, or his followers at least, mirroring or like echoing or repeating that claim, no? Na tsaka isa din palang paulit-ulit na sinasabi ng Marcos followers, bakit naman daw hindi siya kina-cover ng mainstream media, saan daw ang coverage namin sa kanya. First of all, kina-cover namin siya. Kina-cover natin to the best that we can all of his rallies. Ang problema lamang ay minsan hindi namin alam kung asan siya. So paano natin siya i-cover kung hindi natin alam kung asan siya. I think we have on the line Rambo Talabong in Cavite. He's following Senator Ping Lacson. Oh, we'll go back to Rambo in a bit. JC, ikaw kasi hindi ka field reporter like us now. How did it play out to you, the Marcos campaign, and they're running away from media?
Yeah, parang it would seem na parang he's shunning media too early and too aggressively into this, no? Na parang a lot of people are saying na parang will this be a preview of things to come, na sabi niya madali na siyang ma-interview sa lagay na to. Inisip ko, what if mahirap? Ano yung itsura nung mahirap siyang ma-interview kung ito na yung madali, di ba? So parang ayun parang good governance requires really transparency and accountability, your willingness to answer questions. Pero dito pa lang, and even if you point that out, na parang we've seen this for months already, parang, people, mapapatanong kayo, do people really care about yung ganong klaseng transparency? Do people really demand that kind of transparency? Na parang, and we've seen that as well sa Duterte administration, na parang heavily filtered yung messages coming from Malacanang, yung number of interviews coming from media have declined in the past years. Na parang we've achieved that kind of parang numbness, or parang hindi na tayo nagde-demand basically. Parang that's been ingrained somehow sa psyche ng mga Pilipino, and unfortunately parang ganun pa rin yung mangyayari kung manalo si Marcos Jr.
Hopefully, hindi lang, kailangan din natin ng pagtindig doon sa pag-pushback. Hindi naman pwede na kung sakaling manalo si Bongbong Marcos, hindi naman pwede na papayag lang tayo na ganun-ganun lang, di ba?
Yeah.
Na literally, kung manalo siya, tumatakbo pa rin siya palayo sa media.
Yeah. If I may add, Bea, just quickly, ito yung nagbunsod, ito yung nagtulak sa maraming tao, educators especially, na talagang ibalik natin yung civic education. It's been neglected for several years, pero kailangan nating ibalik na ano ba yung expectations ng mga tao sa mga leaders in government, na ano ba dapat yung dinedemand natin sa kanila, and we need to really drive that into our kids' minds.
Yeah. So now we have on the line Rambo Talabong live from Cavite. He's following Senator Ping Lacson. Rambo?
Hello, Bea. Hello, Bea. Alas 4:30 pa lang, nandito na tayo sa Cavite, dito sa Imus City, sa Barangay Bayan Luma. Ngayon, nandito tayo sa Bayan Luma 1 Elementary School, kung saan nag-elementary si Senator Panfilo Lacson. At ngayong araw, dito siya bumoto. Isa sa kauna-unahang mga kandidatong bumoto. Actually, sa presidential vote, siya ang kauna-unahan. Dito sa Bayan Luma, isa sa mga una. Maaga yung mga tao dito actually nagpakita. Alas 5 pa lamang may nakita na tayong pila dito. May naghihintay sa mga gate dyan. At alas 6, bumukas ang gate sa mga tao. Naghintay tayo ng isang oras. On the dot, dumating si Senator Panfilo Lacson on board a black Fortuner. 7:02 a.m. Tanda ko yung oras, pumasok siya dito at pupunta siya dito sa isang classroom dito para sa kanyang precinct. At siya ay ina-accommodate ng mga tao dito, pinapapasok siya kaagad. Pero sa katunayan, pumasok siya doon sa precinct, pero nag-insist siya na hindi siya pumasok agad kasi gusto niyang pumila. Bali pagkapasok niya, lumabas agad siya. Meron siyang pilang pinilahan niya, 10 to 15 minutes din yun. Nakikikwentuhan sa mga tao dito sa Bayan Luma. May mga nakausap siyang ali at saka matatandaan, kilala yung pamilya niya. Dito lumaki si Lacson, so kilala niya yung mga tao dito. Itong Imus City Bea ay talagang napakahalaga sa kampanya ni Senator Panfilo Lacson. Dito nagsimula ang kanyang kampanya. Proclamation rally yan, dito rin. Kasama niya si Senate President Vicente Soto III at ang Maliksi family ng Imus ay sinusuportahan siya. Kinausap natin siya pagkatapos niyang bumoto. Sabi niya gusto talaga niya agahan para matapos na. Tinanong natin anong gusto niya gawin pagkatapos bumoto para i-monitor botohan. Sabi niya magne-Netflix na lang daw siya. Ayaw niyang isipin masyadong elections. Mag-aabang siya. Sabi naman niya, titingin-tingin pa rin siya dun sa resulta pero ayaw niya masyadong mag-isip sa nangyayari ngayon. Tinanong din natin siya, open ba siya sa cabinet position if ever hindi siya panalo. Sabi niya, nag-iisipan niya, basta ang kanyang prinsipyo ay dapat intact daw. Isa pang senaryo, paano kung hindi siya panalo, sino ang kanyang presidential ball na susuportahan? Sabi niya, siya at saka si Senate President Vicente Soto III ay sui generis. Ibig sabihin nun, one of a kind. So wala siyang susuportahan na iba as in sasabihin na ito ang aking kandidato. Sabi niya talagang pinaniniwalaan niya kanilang plataforma. Ang plataforma nga nila, pangako nila sa Pilipino ay budget reform na bumaba ang pondo natin sa bawat Pilipino. Tinanong din natin siya kasi, Bea, kung maalala mo, talagang isang marka ng kanyang kampanya ay sa kalagitnaan ng kampanya ni Senator Panfilo Lacson, iniwan siya ng kanyang partido, ng Partido Reforma. Tinanong natin siya kanina, Senator, meron ba kayong mensahe sa Partido Reforma? Anong nararamdaman niyo sa kanila? Sabi niya, kanyang napatawad na ang Partido Reforma pero hindi niya malilimutan kung ano nangyari. Kung maaalala nyo, ang Partido Reforma ay sumusuporta na kay Vice President Leni Robredo. Pagkatapos niya makipag-usap sa amin, nakapag-picture siya sa amin sa media. Actually, ano na to, behind the scenes na to. Nakapag-picture siya sa amin, sabi niya salamat sa Port Estate at pabiro niya sinabi, iyakan tayo. Tapos umalis siya, sumakay siya ng kanyang sasakyan, kumuha ng mga pictures sa mga tao at umalis. Yun ang latest dito, Bea.
Parang down to the last day of the election season, no straight business, no arte-arte si Senator Lacson. Rambo, I wonder, like you mentioned nga kanina, diba, it's been a rough campaign for Senator Lacson. One of his biggest allies dropped him in favor of another presidential candidate, and his numbers never really picked up throughout the 90-day campaign period, no? But what was his demeanor and his mood in the parang waning days of the campaign?
Alam mo ba, sobrang stoic Senator Panfilo Lacson. Kung anong itsura niya sa Senado, anong itsura niya sa kampanya, ganoon din ang itsura niya ngayong umaga. Kung masasabi ko may observation ako, meron siyang konting glow ngayong umaga. Siguro dahil bagong ligo siya o dahil umaga lang ngayon. Pero mas light yung kanyang mood. Hindi siya tense at all. Nakikipag-usap siya sa mga tao. Feeling ko kasi nasa home ground talaga siya. Ramdam niya yung mag-welcome ng mga tao. Bago siya pumasok dito, welcome ng police chief dito, Bea, si Colonel Junar Alabo. Kinausap natin siya. Kasi isang police na, hindi pa police chief si Lacson, ay tinitingalaan niya si Lacson kasi kilala niya si Lacson dito sa kanilang komunidad dito sa Imus, Cavite. So, kilala siya ng mga tao dito at nakita natin sa pagpasok niya, ginagrant niya lahat ng mga selfies, nakikipag-usap siya sa mga tao. So, yun yung nakapag-lighten din sa kanya. Sabihin na kahit kami, sobrang nag-lighten sa kanya mo, usap lahat ng gusto namin itanong, sinagot niya, na-exhaust namin yung oras bago siya umalis, Bea.
Yeah. Rambo, last question na lang, di ba? Parang the political situation in Cavite, as in yung alliances and alignments, kind of not favor Panfilo Lacson. Siyempre, the incumbent governor supports Bongbong Marcos Jr. And then Leni Robredo had huge showings during her campaign rallies there in Cavite. How does he expect the Cavite vote to turn out? Does he expect them to vote for kumbaga their hometown hero in the presidential race?
Yan ang kanyang inaasahan, Bea. na katulad ng mga kanyang kandidatura sa pagkasenado na palagi siyang pinakamataas na binoboto ng mga kandidato ay magtra-translate sa kanyang presidential campaign. Pero nakikita rin natin sa survey, hindi ganun talaga kataasan ng numero ni Senator Lacson dito sa Calabarzon. Talagang mataas dito si frontrunner ni Bongbong Marcos at saka isa pang nauuna si Vice President Lenny Robredo. At dun sa tanong na yon, kung tatanungin natin siya, bakit ang surveys pinapakita na sinusuporta ng ibang kandidato? Sabi niya, iba pa rin talaga ang mga silent voters, ang mga taong tahimik lamang. Yan ang kanyang inaasahan kahit sa kanyang mga kababayan, kahit hindi sila maingay sa social media, hindi sila tumatayo sa mga rally. Ngayong araw, ngayong Mayo 9, tatayo sila para kay Senator Panfilo Lacson.
Maraming salamat, Rambo Talabong, reporting live from Cavite on Senator Ping Lacson, who voted earlier this morning. Okay, let's talk about this pandemic. Nabanggit nga natin kanina na parang unfortunately it hasn't been a major talk point, although parang pahapyaw, no, GC, parang nababanggit yung pandemic relative to the economy. But it wasn't really like about the healthcare system, about di ba parang how do you make sense of this? Like as you observe, you know, these mammoth rallies everywhere around the country.
Well, I think it just shows what's really the priority, what's more important, no? For a lot of people. It's really about how to go with their daily lives, no? During this pandemic. For the longest time, no, health has never really been like the ultimate priority, no, in our country, and even for most people, no, like usually checkups, regular concern about health is usually a privilege. You know? It's not really something that is in the everyday psyche of most people. So if there is a chance really that life can go back to normal, we really saw that people really jumped at that opportunity. So it was really up to the government to be more responsible in how it tried to go back to normal, how it still needed to prioritize that health really must be ingrained into the consciousness of the people, no? That which is what is in the Constitution. So it really just has that aspect that people are really worried about the other aspects of their lives living in this pandemic beyond just being concerned about the number of cases and how to prevent being infected with COVID-19.
Leloy?
I think the next president is going to be lucky in terms of the pandemic, in the sense that it looks like the pandemic is further going to, not completely resolve, but further going to get better this coming year.
Well, I guess it depends. No? Parang I think there are a lot of aspects still that are still out there. I mean, even the World Health Organization would say that there are still possible variants that may come up. But I think it really boils down to the fact of how the health system really needs to be strengthened so that it prevents not just another surge, but also all the other illnesses that have been neglected throughout this pandemic. But there is that sense that the following administration may have less of a concern when it comes to COVID-19, but they really should focus on strengthening our healthcare system, which around the world has seen how health systems have been brought to their knees by this pandemic.
I think, Josh, parang napagod na lang din yung mga Pilipino. Parang napagod tayong lahat na parang even if you think of it na parang talagang as in once in a century event, and yet parang coming into this kasi parang sinasabi natin dati na talagang governance issue siya even as much as it is a health issue, parang governance issue din na other countries with better health systems were able to weather the pandemic better. Pero ngayon na we have a chance of improving yung government natin, parang it's essentially a non-issue beyond yung platitudes na parang obligatory na kailangan mong banggitin si pandemic somehow, pero wala lahat tayo napagod ano.
I think kaya nakakapagod kasi parang paulit-ulit nagsa-cycle lang tayo. Like how many surges did we have? At least 4 surges. How many lockdowns periods did we have? Tapos hindi naman nagma-materialize yung pinapanawagan na ayuda, hindi naman nagmaterialize yung higher, for example, higher testing or even yung ramping up ng ilang vaccination efforts to really be available to the people. It never really was this aspect na parang taken for granted na natin, yung improvement ng healthcare system natin. So it continues to be a concern and hopefully people would see that the new normal, puro na lang tayo new normal, pero yung new normal parang bumabalik lang tayo sa dati. If it's supposed to be new, ano yung new? Hindi siya old normal second time around.
I was able to talk to some officials of the Department of Health. And ang sinasabi nila, the DOH is actually awash with cash. Ang dami mga nag-donate ng pera amid the pandemic. And yet, merong underspending problem talaga si DOH na ang dami sana mga programa na pwede nilang gawin pero they're understaffed. Limited yung human resources. Doon nag-uugat yung maraming problema. Not just in DOH but also in many other government agencies. Pero how bad is that kind of underspending thing in DOH na parang how much did it constrain yung pandemic response na?
Well, I think yung aspect that there's this mismatch with the national and also the local, especially when you factor in the fact that there is also devolution in our healthcare system, parang redundancy at times, but at the same time, parang as a whole, parang underfunded pa rin talaga ang healthcare system natin. So, it's really concerning, I remember it would be brought up in Congress hearings that the DOH is not spending every centavo that it is being allotted. It's concerning na we would always hear na walang pera for testing, walang pera for more vaccines, walang pera to be able to give the benefits that many health workers have been waiting for. Tapos maririnig natin na that there's underspending. So it's really parang hindi make sense in a lot of aspects. And it really boils down to, I guess, the leadership of our Department of Health and how it really seems to not be at the fore of our COVID-19 response as well in managing the discourse of health in our government.
Pwede bang one last follow-up? Among the different presidential candidates, sino yung may pinaka-compelling or pinaka-credible na pandemic response or program?
So far, the pandemic responses that we've seen based on not just what they planned, but also what they have been doing. We saw at least two who really were able to do things while they were in their previous positions, and now as presidential candidates, we both saw Vice President Leni Robredo and as well as Mayor Isko Moreno with similar but at the same time slightly different approaches to their COVID-19 response. But at the end of the day, it's really about, like I mentioned, strengthening the healthcare system and not just addressing the pandemic, not just giving what people need, not just giving the dole out kind of need for medicines, but also going beyond that, really strengthening the healthcare system. That's really something that we saw with as the name implies, yung kalayaan sa COVID plan ni Vice President Leni Robredo, as opposed to others who really are just focusing on improving yung present situation, even yung pandemic plan nga ni former Senator Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Tawid sa COVID-19 yung kanyang program. So it's really also about the discourse on what is really important here, which is not just COVID-19, but really the improvement of the healthcare system that we saw in the platform of Vice President Robredo as well.
Talking about Vice President Robredo and Isko Moreno, at one point actually they collaborated for the COVID-19 response in Manila City. Siyempre, ibang-iba na ang relationship nila ngayon. Ilang buwan na nakalipas. Tsaka, rin pala, tinanong din, nabanggit mo rin kanina yung DOH, tinanong na rin actually yan in one forum. Unfortunately, parang only half was asked about who they would appoint to DOH and the other half was asked about who they'd appoint to their economic team. The economic team, an important talk point, pero that will be our cliffhanger for now. Because for now, we turn over to our community corner with Happy Ferraren. But before that, let's look at our election microsite.
Ikaw ang bida. Sa darating na eleksyon, sa iyong boto nakasalalay ang iyong kalusugan, kabuhayan at kinabukasan. Maging handa. Kilatisin ang mga kandidato. Suriin ang kanilang track record. Timbangin ang kanilang mga pangako at paninindigan. Sa libo-libong posisyon na ihahalal ngayong eleksyon, atin ang desisyon, atin ang bukas.
Aton.
Katuya.
Aton.
Gawan tayo'y.
Bagi tayo.
Roktano.
Aton. Di aton.
Atin ang Pilipinas.
Hello and welcome to the Community Corner of Rappler's rolling coverage of the 2022 national and local election. Today, Filipinos are in their polling precincts to cast their vote on our next leaders for this country and your local cities and municipalities. So this morning, we're going to be talking about zooming in on the Facts First PH initiative. The Facts First PH initiative was started by the Rappler community early this year to really help us make sense of all the disinformation that's going on right now. I think when we talk about elections today, it's very hard to ignore disinformation because disinformation has played a big part in the way people chose who their next leaders are going to be. So, today, I just want to remind everyone also that polling precincts are open. We will be open until 7 p.m. today. And if you want to join the conversation online, we are using the hashtags PHVote, We Decide, and PHVoteWatch. So we also want to remind all of you that later on, we will be having the results in our results page. So bookmark that page and keep coming back to it if you want to see the real-time results coming in through the transmission later on. Facts First PH. So again, this initiative was started early this year, and this was really in response to all the disinformation that we saw going on. A while ago, I spoke to Pauline, who talked about the social media networks of Marcos Jr. and Leni Robredo. And now we have one of our resident fact checkers joining us this morning. So joining me on screen, we have Ri Tuquero.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry, before we go to Ri, we actually have on screen, this is video footage of Calyodi casting his vote. That's him. There he is about to cast his vote. Ayan, pinapakita niya yung kanyang balota. A while ago.
At medyo hindi na siya pumila ng konti dahil siya naman ay senior citizen. So, kasama siya sa mga priority na boboto ngayong araw. Suot niya yung kanyang polo pa rin na kulay red, ang kanyang signature color. At suot niya rin yung kanyang mask na nasimulan ko. So, iyan yung kanyang tagline ngayong eleksyon. Tita Mark, wala pa resibo.
Earlier this morning, we
Sa lukay inaabangan ni Calyodi yung paglabas ng kanyang voting receipt at maya-maya pa ilagyan na siya ng indelible ink. Eh, natanggap na ni Calyodi ang kanyang goods po. Good, sakto. Ayos.
All right, so there we saw Calyodi casting his vote in Cainta, Rizal. Ayan, so we also saw a while ago Marcos Jr. in Ilocos Norte and Ping Lacson as well from the report of Rambo. Okay, so we're back here for the Community Corner. And again, I said for this segment, we decided to zero in on the Facts First PH initiative. Why? Because this information is very hard to ignore. You cannot talk about this election without talking about this information. Kaya we invited one of our resident fact checkers, Ri. She is with me right now on screen. So I call the fact checkers actually the frontliners of this information. Silang nakakakita ng lahat ng mga lies that are spreading online. And Ri, there, we have a face now behind the fact checks that you see. So Ri, let's start. I saw just around a few hours ago, there was a fact check that was done. This one was about the polling machines, the PCOS machines, na the false claim saying that public school teachers might be able to put in a USB port and change the results, diba? And of course, this is a false claim. Walang USB port ang mga machines na ito. What was the nature of the kinds of false claims that you've been seeing in terms of elections?
Okay, hi, Happy. In the course of our fact checking in the past few weeks, so diba, this is the first national elections that will be held in the middle of a pandemic. So some of the claims that we actually checked were related to procedures or the way that people or the requirements that people will need to vote. So a few days ago, may kumalat na claims na kailangan ng face shield or vaccination card and RT-PCR result upang makaboto, which isn't true. So hindi totoo itong sabi-sabi. Ang way na kumalat ito actually is they recirculated an old news report na outdated na yung guidelines. So COMELEC was quick to dismiss this and say that these requirements are actually not needed. So pagdating sa precinct, you just need to they just need to take your temperature, and even if your temperature goes above 37.5, papayagan ka pa rin bumoto but in an isolated area. So sa ilalim ng konstitusyon, syempre may karapatan kang bumoto kahit suspected ka of having COVID-19. So hindi kailangan ng face shield, vaccination card, or negative.
All right. So I think Ree was outlining the different types of disinformation that was spreading, especially now. Right now, probably many of you are lining up to cast your vote. So again, hindi kailangan ng vaccine card. You don't need a vaccine card. You don't need a face shield. And even if your temperature is beyond the normal temperature, you are still allowed to vote, but you will be placed in an isolated area para hindi mahawaan yung iba. So again, just a reminder, just in case for those of you that you're probably in line listening to this coverage, thank you for joining us today. So, Ree, in the pandemic, we saw that one of the top types of disinformation being spread was about COVID cures. Ngayon naman, in terms of elections, what are like the top 3 topics na pinagfa-fact check ninyo?
During election time, syempre maraming claims about the candidates, and some are to disparage the candidates or discredit them or refute their credentials, and others are to exaggerate their accomplishments or lie about accomplishments that don't actually exist. So, and apart from that, so that's one. The second is we've also been seeing a lot of claims that that could lead to voter suppression. So nabanggit ko nga yung kumakalat na claim na kailangan ng ganitong requirements for minimum health standards kahit temperature lang talaga yung kukunin. Another type of claim for the third is actually claims that place doubt on the electoral process. So claims of cheating or pagmamanipulate ng results. So we also see a lot of those.
All right, so I'll just repeat the top 3 types of fact checks that we've been doing for this information. So many lies surfacing about candidates' credentials. We also have things that encourage that are voter suppression related. So things that will say, hindi kayo pwede bumoto kung walang vaccine card or face shield and things like that. And then, of course, doubting the electoral process. So things that will probably say, magkakaroon ng dayaan. So these are the nature of the kind of disinformation that spreads with regard to our election. So having said that, Ree, what are ways that people can sort of fact check for themselves? Kasi mahirap na, like right now the process is, people send things that they want Rappler to fact check, and we do that. But right now, at the scale that it's happening, Rappler cannot see everything. So what are some practices that, let's say, someone who sees something in their group chat or online on Facebook, what can they start to think about to fact check for themselves?
actually true, so we receive dozens of submissions every day, but that's actually a good practice. So especially for claims that are harder to check, always feel free to report these to fact checking organizations. So we have Rappler and other partners in the Facts First Coalition. So if you want to do a cursory check of a dubious claim, so ayun, for example, if you see something about the voting process that might be dubious or might put your vote at risk, you can always check the what COMELEC says or yung policies and resolutions nila kung talagang may ganito silang sinabi or talagang this is how the voting process works. So apart from that, you should always check kung saan nanggagaling ang isang claim. So check kung sino yung original source nito, kung corroborated ba ito, kung binalita ba ito. So yeah, if you see a dubious claim tapos sa TikTok lang nanggaling or sa Facebook feed mo lang, you should have a healthy sense of doubt and always cross-check these with what the agencies and the news outlets are saying so that your vote won't be invalidated.
All right. Let's go a little bit more specific. So, for example, that claim of the fact check that we just published about the USB of these machines. If, for example, I am a voter today and I see something like that on Facebook, what should I do? So, for example, dun sa USB, should I go to the COMELEC website? What are the immediate things I can do?
Yeah, so for yung claim na yun, it was a long claim, right? Something about teachers being trained to manipulate the results or along those lines. So you have to check if possible ba yung ganitong scenario kung talagang pwedeng ma-manipulate ang results through USB and codes as stated in the claim. So when we checked with the COMELEC as well, so we got a statement from COMELEC and we also checked how the system actually works. So wala dun actually mapapasukan ng USB. The vote counting machines use SD cards. So dun pa lang parang na-debunk na yung claim. So check, like I said, cross-check with the actual policies in place so that you won't be misled.
Yeah. So I think very important to zoom in on the details, 'di ba? Kasi if we're saying na SD card ang machines, edi ibig sabihin wala siyang USB. So details like that, really scrutinize the details when you see claims like that. Because again, remember, some of these things are just being seeded to cast doubt on the electoral process, 'di ba? Ito yung this is what Ree was talking about a while ago. These are, the top things that we have to fact check: voter suppression, the electoral process, and of course, credentials of the candidates. And for those of you who are watching also, we have the hashtag #PHVoteWatch. So if you firsthand, you see it yourself, something happening, you can use that hashtag to report anomalies that you have witnessed yourself. So it's important, of course, Ree mentioned how important it is that we are able to find credible sources. So one way to do that is, of course, finding, well, who is the primary source of that? If you see a claim and then it doesn't have any citation of source, mahirap na. So even when we report these things, importante na ikaw mismo ang nakakita, hindi yung pinasa lang sa'yo, it was passed on to you in a group chat, it's a screenshot of something. So let's go back to also different tools. So I think we see also a lot of these manipulated images. So for example, sa mga rallies ng mga kandidatos, the rallies of the candidates, we see pictures. How do we check if totoo nga ba? Is it true? Was this photo really taken during that rally? What tools are available to citizens?
So ayun, nabanggit ko nga kanina na a lot of claims tend to exaggerate things, and they use photos for this situations too, and not just manipulated photos but also missing context photos or outright misrepresented photos. So may nakita kami recently na photo or a post claiming that this photo shows the Marcos meeting the Avance rally when it was actually a photo of Duterte's rally in 2016. So for claims like these, the tool you want to use is reverse image search. So merong images.google.com, and you can also use tineye.com. So that's TINEYE. So you can use tools like these to check kung ano yung original source nitong photo, kung ano yung original context, kung sino yung kumuha, kung anong year to kinuha, kung anong incident yung actual na pinapakita niya. So, when seeing claims like these, lalo na kung it places doubt in your mind kung talagang ito bang photo ay talagang nung event na ito, you can always use reverse image search para ma-confirm kung talagang tama yung context sa post.
Right, and reverse image search, that is free for everyone to use. You can actually do it on your phone. So when you get it being passed around on social media or your group chats, you can immediately do it yourself using the reverse search. Nakakabulo siya. Reverse search option of Google Images, and that is absolutely free for you to use. So libre mag fact check. It just takes a little bit more effort, pero libre siya. So let's use these tools that are available to us. Read, here with the Rappler community, especially with Move PH, we have a lot of these workshops on fact checking. And one of the things that we say in the workshop is that we also have such a thing as a lot of these misquotes. Yung something is cited to a different person, or the quote is manipulated and changed outrightly, and then they'll just put a picture of someone. So how can people guard against these misquotes? How can we check if this quote is really attributed to someone?
Okay, so yung fake quotes, ang napapansin namin, lalo na kung nagva-viral siya, it must be something really, parang may shock value siya, di ba? So, lalo na if it's attributed to a candidate, for example, most likely kung may shock factor nga na yun, ibabalita siya. So, the first thing you can do is to check kung any news reports corroborate that this fake quote was actually said. Second, you can check the transcripts. So, may mga ibang camps na nagre-release ng transcripts, and these are also provided for cabinet meetings, for example, and Duterte speeches. So, if you see a quote attributed to these people, you can check transcripts, and you can also check videos of the event where sinabi nila ito. Sorry. We can check the videos of the event to check whether they really said that quote. Kung walang nakalagay na event or date in the quote card, ayun, like I said, always check the source kung reliable ba, kung may way ba na witness nila na sinabi ito ng isang tao, or dubious yung mismong pagkagawa ng quote card. So nabanggit mo nga, these can be manipulated. So if you're familiar with news outlets and their templates for quote cards, mapapansin nyo minsan na parang altered lang sila from an official quote card of a news organization. So ayun, check with the news kung nabalita nila, check with transcripts, and check with videos of the incident to see if a quote was really said.
Yeah. Or also the actual page of the personality being cited.
Mhm.
So for example,
Yes.
if it's attributed to a certain candidate, go to the page of the candidate as well to see if that was really said. And again, newsrooms, a lot of media companies have their own social media accounts, and you can go straight to those accounts instead of just seeing the image by itself. Kasi mahirap na, marami na rin posing as actual news when they're really not. Next, I'd also like to ask, did you see any changes? So like, let's say with the whole campaign period, were there shifts in the nature of the fact checks that you were doing?
So actually, may namamonitor nga kaming trends, no? So 1 week, it's about one person or parang a certain narrative, and the next week, it's about something else. So in the past few weeks, may iba kaming napapansin na trends. So one of these is red tagging candidates, for example. So may ina-associate na certain candidates with the communist movement, for example, and this also translates to claims saying na disqualify ng ang ilang candidates or party list groups. So another trend we're seeing is yun nga yung pandaraya daw. So
nasa
a
streamer
while
ako.
back, we
Aalis ba ako?
fact-checked a claim na pre-programmed ang results, which is
I have to, right? So I
which is
can listen
false,
to them?
of course. And yeah, so there's an evolving the, this information is always evolving, and we have to keep on track of whatever's circulating at the moment, kung tungkol saan ba sila, kung tungkol kanino, and kung what these narratives make a voter believe.
Right? And I also wanted to say that part of the Facts First PH initiative. So this is a group of fact checkers, media orgs. One nice thing about this as well, we have a research layer. So for the past few weeks, we've been having weekly research briefings for Facts First PH, and maraming magagandang insights, many new insights, really also trying to make sense of the trends. Like what Ree said, things are moving so quickly. We have to keep up with what's happening online. And you can check out these research briefings. We have summaries of that, and all of those briefings were done live. And you can check out, again, just use the hashtag FactsFirstPH. Take a look at that, and the videos are available there, the summary of the reports. Published by the research layer composed of academics, and they were the actual authors of this research. So they looked at the data that they saw coming out from Facebook, Twitter, and they analyzed that. How did this spread? What were the themes, the narratives that were being seeded and placed and distributed online? So that's, if you're interested in this information, that's a nice resource that we have that was done by the Facts First PH initiative. Ree, one last question. So right now, maraming nanonood who are probably about to cast their vote, maybe in the afternoon. Do you have a message to them in terms of how to deal with the information that they get, and how can they verify that by themselves?
So nabanggit ko na, always look towards authoritative sources. So check mo muna ang COMELEC kung ano yung policies nila, and we also have a guide for voting during the pandemic, so you can read that while you're on the way to the precinct, so alam mo yung actual na gagawin when you get there. So wag basta maniwala sa mga sinasend sa inyo sa group chats. Always verify and always corroborate with what the authorities and the news groups are saying. So lalo na if this can affect the way you vote. So may mga claims nga, like I mentioned kanina, requirements that are needed before you go to the precinct. So those aren't true, and the way you also sheet your ballots, kung may mga nakikita kayong claims na ganon, just read the policies and read the guides, and you're gonna be set. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I think, because this is earlier this morning when I reported on the types of trends that we were seeing online, the trending topics, a lot of people were feeling anxious, hindi pa daw sila natutulog. And, maybe that is related because of all the disinformation that we're reading. You mentioned, these things were designed to elicit a reaction and an emotional response. And maybe that's what we're feeling now, kasi natadtad na tayo ng maraming mga ganitong claims. And so it affects us, it affects our sleeping patterns, our anxieties, our mental health. So be careful rin with the kind of information that we consume. So, Ree, I will talk about the different topics that we're seeing trending right now. So on Twitter, we have trending on Twitter, we have Mananalo Tayo. So this one is from the Robredo supporters who are manifesting a win. So mananalo tayo is trending. Meron din ipanalo na natin, that is also trending. And a while ago with the segment that we had with Pauline, she talked about how Twitter is really where a lot of the Robredo supporters are really able to, make topics about her trend. So malakas ang Robredo camp sa Twitter compared to Facebook. Si Marcos Jr. naman ang leading on Facebook. So it's funny, meron rin differences between the platforms and which candidate is popular in a certain platform. So kaya siguro ganun ang trending topics sa Twitter ngayon, because the Robredo supporters are very active there as well. we also, if you go on Google today to search, meron tayong Google Doodle of the Philippine elections. So for those of you that haven't seen it, meron tayong pag-Google Doodle sa search engine na ito. And then we also saw that globally, Halalan 2022 is also trending. So globally, this is a top trending topic as well. And then meron rin video that's circulating na maraming shares on Twitter. This is of a flash mob in Ilocos Norte. So again, from the Robredo camp, they were in Ilocos Norte, and a lot of the messages, really, the sentiment was really lauding them, saying, "Wow, you were very brave to do that." Of course, Ilocos Norte is the home base of the Marcos family, and this morning we also saw him vote. So yun yung nangyari. Meron flash mob doon. Tumindig sila kahit na konti lang sila, kumanta sila ng Rosas, which is one of the campaign songs of the Robredo camp. So that was viral as well. And then, so yun yung trending. And then for a while, Bongbong Marcos was also trending on Twitter, but that was probably because people were covering him while he was casting his vote this morning. So, balikan natin ang disinformation. So, sorry, sinabi ko kasi kanina last question. Hindi pa pala last. Marami kasing papag-usapan. So, we always hear Rappler CEO and Nobel Laureate Maria Ressa. She always says, without integrity of facts, how can you have integrity of elections? What do you think about this statement?
Ayun, so it's very important to have a shared reality, and it's crumbling with every piece of disinformation that comes out, lalo na kung coordinated sila and it's amplified by various networks on various platforms. So like we always say, ayun, verify and do your part in cleaning up your spaces online. So before you click share or before you send or you forward certain claims in your group chats, verify muna para hindi na kumalat pa yung mga false information na to. And para rin hindi ka maloko, 'di ba? So yeah, to protect the integrity of elections, you have to arm yourself with the facts then and inform yourself of the accurate information so that you can make an informed vote then.
Yeah. And what impact does it have for the kinds of discussions we have? So yesterday we were talking about the issues that our community felt was important, and hindi gaanong napag-usapan ng mga actual election issues. Did you see any conversations about environment or climate change or health, human rights? What happens with this information? How does that impact these kinds of discussions?
Yeah. So yeah, when we in the course of our fact checking over the past few months and even years, there's significantly fewer claims about climate change actually, at least in the Philippines. So a lot of it is focused on personalities and yeah, subjects that are being attacked because by virtue of being the opposition. So you might say that some of these issues aren't as talked about as the personalities currently in office and running for office. For health related claims naman, we saw a lot of these during the pandemic, and we've debunked a lot of false information on COVID-19 also. But in the past few months during the campaign period, nabawasan din yung frequency or parang visibility ng mga claims na ganito in favor of claims about the candidates and claims about the election. So, syempre maganda na walang masyadong disinformation on these subjects, but these should be election issues also and should be talked about. Hopefully using using the facts. So yeah, so if you're a voter, you should also look at the stances of your candidates when it comes to these issues like climate change and health.
I have to cut you there. Thank you very much for sharing your experience as a fact checker. Again, the frontliners in the age of disinformation. Right now, I want to turn it back over to Bea Cupin and JC Punong Bayan. But before that, let's watch Senator Lito Lapid casting his vote in Porac, Pampanga.
Sige, salamat.
It's 8:49 a.m., May 9, 2022, Election Day. Polls have been open for around 1 hour and 45 minutes. Today, 65.7 million voters are expected to vote. This is Rappler's special coverage of the 2022 national elections. We decide, atin ang Pilipinas. Joining us live from Camarines Sur is Mara Cepeda.
Hello,
Mara?
Bea. I'm still here at Karangkang Elementary School where we are waiting for the arrival of presidential candidate and Vice President Leni Robredo. Alam natin, bago siya bumoto, hihintayin niyang makatapos ang kanyang mga anak. And while on standby, actually, we saw her eldest daughter, Aika Robredo, tweet a photo of her and her sister, Trisha, putting up their indelible marks on their fingers. Ibig sabihin, tapos na sila bumoto. They cast their vote at Tabuco Central School in Naga City, and so we are expecting them to accompany their mother. The youngest daughter of the Vice President, Jillian, was already able to cast her vote via overseas absentee voting because she is finishing her college education at New York University. So before flying back here in Manila, she was able to cast her vote already. Situation here at Karangkang Elementary School, mahaba na yung pila outside the entire stretch of the school. Puro tao na yung nakapila sa labas. Some of the voters here were here as early as 6 a.m. And behind me, actually, you can see several more of the voters waiting for their turn to be able to cast their vote in this high-stakes 2022 elections. Security here is very strict. Obviously, the second highest official and the lone female presidential candidate will be voting here. But it has been orderly so far kahit marami ang tao. If you are going to vote at Karangkang Elementary School, you have to get your temperature checked. Kapag tumaas sa 37.5 ang iyong temperature, the health official here will put you dun sa kanilang isolation center for a while at gagawin nilang 3 times to check your temperature. If for some reason, halimbawa, nainitan ka lang at bumaba na yung temperatura mo, you will be able to enter the school to cast your vote. So far, wala naman tayong nababalitaan or nakikita na botante na hindi pinapasok dahil may sakit or dahil mataas ang temperatura. All voters here are required to wear their face masks. As regards physical distancing, social distancing, it's kind of impossible already to do it. Dahil dikit-dikit talaga yung tao. But we're seeing that people here are following wearing the face masks rule all the time. Bea?
Hi Mara, before you joined us, kanina yung cliffhanger natin while on air, no, yung potential economic themes ng mga presidential candidates. You have a question from Leloy Claudio.
Sorry, may history ng konti dito muna. Kasi noong 1970, nung nagka-crisis si Ferdinand Marcos, na-deodorize niya yung crisis kasi nakapag-appoint siya ng mga magagaling na ekonomista, si Virata at saka si Sikat. Pero this time around, mukhang walang ekonomista na nag-endorse kay Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at mukhang walang ekonomista na gustong sumali. So, is there a chance na kung sino-sino na lang i-appoint dyan as an economic manager, Mara?
May delay ng konti si Mara. Let's focus on...
I can't really hear, Leloy, can...
Sige, let's...
Mara, I just wanted to ask, sino kayang i-appoint ni Duterte, ni BBM as an economic team gayong there doesn't seem to be many economists supporting the BBM campaign?
Wait, I'll pick that up kasi si Mara is the reporter who covers Vice President Leni Robredo. Unfortunately, Leloy, my answer to that is much like any other aspects of his campaign na medyo opaque. Si Bongbong Marcos Jr. Sa inner workings ng campaign, and he hasn't really been asked, or we haven't really had many opportunities to ask him kung sino yung gusto niyang or napupusuan niya sa kanyang economic team. May mga chismis na hanggang chismis lang kung sino mga minamata nila to join his economic team should he win the presidency. It also does not help because, again, I mentioned earlier before we took a break, no, na it was actually asked at the CNN presidential forum. Although parang hinati yung tanong, half of the candidates were asked kung sino yung i-appoint nila sa DOH, and the other half was asked kung sino yung economic team nila. Wala doon si Bongbong Marcos, so hindi niya nasagot yun. But let's go back to Mara. Si Vice President Leni Robredo, I know, Mara, they're focused on winning the election first, pero do we have any indications kung sino ang minamata ng Robredo campaign, Robredo Pangilinan campaign? Like, who are they eyeing to join the economic team should they win the 2022 elections?
I feel like that's a question that a lot of people want VP Leni Robredo to answer, who will be not just on her economic team but her cabinet in general, but she has always been consistent in not giving names. I think that's also part of the nature of VP Leni na hindi pangunahan yung resulta ng magiging eleksyon, but she emphasizes on the quality of the officials who will be part of the government should she become the next president. So there will be she emphasizes on the expertise and the clean track record of the officials that she wants to appoint in her government. So likely the people who we know to be advising her in her economic policy and in her other policies in her platform will likely probably play a key role in her government. But these are names that VP Leni doesn't want to disclose. So for now, we could just assume just the kind of people that she wants.
Before we go back to Mara, I'd like to thank Lalo Claudio for joining us today, our resident historian and our nag-warn siya nga sa atin.
Nabasag ng trip.
At dakilang tigwarn sa atin na it will get worse before it gets better. Sana mas mabilis yung better na yun, no? Sana yung worse, mas maiksi. Thank you again, Laloy, for joining us this morning.
Maraming salamat, Leah. Maraming salamat, JC.
Thank you.
Bye.
Mara, you're still on the line?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, hi Mara. Ito naman, let's talk about the DOH. I know that you said na ayaw ni Vice President Robredo pangunahan, syempre, kasi ipanalo muna natin to kung bago natin isipin kung sino yung ipapasok natin sa cabinet. But based on your coverage, based on the people that you know surround her, like who are the people advising her na lang for when it comes to health concerns, the pandemic, of course?
At hindi naman ito sikreto dahil nung unang nilabas ni Leni Robredo ang kanyang comprehensive pandemic response platform, ang katabi niya ay dalawang DOH secretary na well-respected in the public health sector. That's Manuel Dairit and Esperanza Cabral, who both were wearing pink during that press conference with VP Leni sometime in late 2021. And so, we could only assume that kung meron siyang pagpipilian as Department of Health Secretary, it would probably be Dr. Dairit and Dr. Esperanza Cabral. And so there's also an emphasis na rin on their track record, particularly Dr. Dairit, because he was the DOH secretary during the SARS outbreak during the Arroyo administration, and the Philippines was able to handle that very well. So that's I think something that VP Lenny probably prizes in a potential DOH secretary, someone who would be able to handle a pandemic or handle a crisis very well and be able to stop the spread of a virus and prevent the deaths of Filipinos. Si VP Lenny, nahanap niya din sa kanyang mga gabinete, sa kanyang mga government official na i-appoint, not just on the DOH secretary, yung abilidad na magtimon at to lead and to be physically present and not to pass on the blame to his or her staff. And she has criticized the incumbent Francisco Duque III over the mismanagement of the pandemic, but VP Lenny has shied away from asking for the resignation of the DOH secretary kasi when the pandemic ongoing pa yung pandemic, she'd rather that someone be there kesa yung government would scramble and have no one leading the front. She just wanted DOH Secretary Duque to step up. But yeah, going back, if you want to get a glimpse of the kind of DOH Secretary that VP Lenny would probably be appointed, something, yung personality na yon at yung quality ng public health expert na yon would be the likes of Dr. Manuel Dairit and Dr. Esperanza Cabral.
Interesting insight din no, sa concept ni Vice President Robredo on command responsibility, to borrow a term from military and police. Again, that was Mara Cepeda live from Maragao, Camarines Sur. We'll return to Mara later for more updates on the Vice President. But for now, joining us live is Pia Ranade in Tondo, Manila. Pia.
Hi, good morning, Bea. Yes, I'm here right now in Magat Salamat Elementary School in Tondo, kung saan tuboto si Isko Moreno at around 11 a.m. today. So, nandito na nga yung mga media, parang skin-out na nga yung classroom kung saan boboto si Manila Mayor Isko Moreno. Nasa third floor siya, so medyo mahirapan mamaya to make sure that we are able to get a spot. But yeah, we're here and we're also wondering no, if pupunta siya sa Tondo Church before voting kasi usually yung mga ginagawa niya before a major political event in his life. But also we're expecting ambush interview of Isko Moreno because he usually is very open to interviews like that.
Pia, I'm wondering kasi the Manila mayor at one point was parang people perceived him to be one of the front runners in the 2022 presidential race. This was way early. Sobrang pre-election surveys to based on those. But in the mismong campaign period, tila nag-stall yung numbers niya. What was his demeanor, or what has his demeanor been like? What is the mood in the Domagoso Moreno camp in the waning days of the campaign?
Okay, so dun sa kanyang campaign team, there were mixed reactions about some of the more controversial things he has said recently, notably yung mga calls for Lenny to withdraw. Some of his supporters felt this was not, some of his insider or parang in his inner circle felt it was not very consistent with his messaging na hindi siya toxic. Tsaka medyo mahirap siya, diba, ayusin or medyo mess siya na kailangan clean up ng mga ilang sa mga comms team niya. But if you ask other insiders naman, they say that this is just very typical of the mayor. He is very instinctive in the things he says. He sometimes does not really consider strategy, but he's just trying to be authentic. And sabi nga niya parang he's just being real about his emotions. And he said it's a strength of a leader to be able to show such raw emotions in public. But of course, diba, parang iba rin yung dating sa ibang tao, diba? Parang honest ka nga, pero it also might show like a weakness in your character. Some people might think that. But yun, in terms of the candidate himself, Isko Moreno is still very much go. He's still very hopeful about his chances of winning, and he's still doing everything he can in his power to win. This is a candidate who will not go down without a fight. And yun nga yung pinakita niya a few days ago in his meeting the Avance. But I also have to say that there were also factors beyond his control that might have affected in a bigger way his chances. For example, hindi naman na-expect ng kanyang campaign team niya at the onset na tatakbo si Lenny Robredo. They were told that she was not going to run. And then also they did not expect Sara Duterte to coalesce with Bongbong Marcos. And we all know that that decision of Sara was a game changer in Marcos's own candidacy.
Yeah, I have a question. Well, yung Easter press conference, how much did that, how much of the decline of his numbers in the surveys can be attributed to that single event? How consequential was that?
Yeah, it's difficult to say, because there are different surveys like the Pulse Asia, I don't think we have enough data to really show like how much of that was driven by the Easter press con or just by people making calculations na since third place yung Isko, maybe I should just vote for my second choice who has better chance of winning, diba? It's hard to say, but definitely it can be said na it was bad optics that his campaign team really had to kind of fix, like with press releases, like yung mga press releases niyo right after that was that Isko Moreno was just being honest with people, being candid with his emotions and strength yun ng leader. So, di ba, parang may clean up silang ginagawa. And at least, at the very least, we can say that that incident was something that they tried to clean up. They felt it could have been a threat to some people who maybe the undecided or some soft voters of Isko Moreno.
Josh?
Pia, can I ask, is Isko Moreno concerned over the continuity of his programs in Manila, or does he think that his legacy is secure in his former vice mayor who is now running for mayor of his city?
Well, the fact that he's endorsing Vice Mayor Honey Lacuna for the mayoralty, parang shows that he does care about the legacy and is really doing everything he can to help Honey win. And we can see that nandun siya sa meeting the advance ni Isko, diba? It was also, in a way, meeting the advance for Honey Lacuna. So definitely, Isko Moreno is very concerned na ma-push through yung programs niya. Kasi what he actually intended was a 10-year plan. It was a 10-year plan for Manila. And we know he's only served 3 years. So he definitely needs allies to help continue that 10-year plan.
Pia, nabanggit mo nga, it's a 10-year plan. Does that mean Mayor Isko Moreno might come back to Manila? Siguro after the term of Vice Mayor, if Vice Mayor Lacuna wins in the 2022 elections?
Sabi ni Isko kasi gusto niya mag-retire if he loses these elections. But obviously, like, a lot of people don't believe that or believe na he will change his mind because, he's very young and his personality is someone na kailangan palagi siyang may ginagawa eh. Like, may mga times nga na the time where he did not win as senator, sabi nga niya bored siya noon, diba? Kaya nga siya in-appoint eventually into the Duterte government kasi, he still had something to offer. So, many people in his circle think he might still change his mind, that, he'll join politics again, especially in the 2025 elections. Who knows if it's for mayor or for another position.
Thank you, Pia. Pia is in Tondo, Manila, waiting for Mayor Isko Moreno to cast his vote. We'll be hearing more from Pia later today as she follows the final day of the election period for Isko Moreno in the 2022 elections. Interesting that you point that out, no, na parang, oo nga, like you mentioned, the two candidates, kumbaga, hindi lang plano pero track record in terms of the COVID response of Vice President Robredo and Isko Moreno. What things from Isko Moreno's COVID response stood out for you?
Well, I remember he really called out even Malacanang.
Yeah.
Before he filed his candidacy, he really called out Malacanang for not having enough medicines, for the people, and he really took pride in the fact that he was able to procure these medications and give them for free, to his citizens and even from those outside Metro Manila. And that was something that really, I guess, had this imprint on popular media, that you had this person who was willing to provide these services, as well as putting up his own hospital, another field hospital. It really projected very well to the population, and I guess that's something that we really hope to see more from him. That is really concerning, especially that how is that continuity going to continue even into that supposedly 10-year plan?
Yeah, interesting to see not just yung future career ni Isko Moreno, pero yung plano na, yung nilatag niya sa the city of Manila. As of 8:10 a.m., the COMELEC reported 10 defective VCMs that have to be replaced, says Commissioner Marlon Caseco. On the line is Dwight De Leon. Dwight?
Hi, Bea. So we are receiving multiple reports of malfunctioning of vote counting machines and SD cards. Ngayon ngang nagsimula na yung botohan. That said, we're not yet sure about the gravity of the situation really because itong sinabi ni Commissioner Casquejo na 10 VCMs that have to be replaced. We're not. It's a continuing report. So it might, of course, the numbers will go up later, but siguro kailangan lang natin bigyang linaw din because yung reports na natatanggap natin on the ground, voters are hesitant to submit or surrender their ballots to electoral board members or yung mga poll workers. They are worried na it might be a cause for cheating. But just to give a proper context, this is part of the contingency procedures of the Commission on Elections when they released their guidelines in January. So para tuloy-tuloy iyong botohan, because of course you only have 13 hours to vote this election day, yung kapag nag-malfunction yung vote counting machine, the voter can surrender his or her ballot to the electoral board member, tapos iba-batch feed yon ng electoral board ng poll worker before the voting ends at the end of the day. Tapos itong mga contingency procedures na to dapat always in the presence of watchers. So pag sinabi nating watchers, nandiyan yung watchers ng political parties, nandiyan yung watchers ng mga citizens arm. So, and kung ayaw nila yon, kung ayaw nilang i-surrender yung kanilang ballot, of course, they have to sign a waiver if that happens. So, pero kung ayaw nilang gawin yon, they can wait until ma-fix yung vote counting machine or yung SD card, kung ano man yung nagiging problem sa kanilang presinto. So, another context is, we have around 107,000 vote counting machines to be used for the 2022 elections. 97,000 of these have undergone refurbishment. Bakit? Because these VCMs ay ginamit pa simula 2016. So this is the third straight election for these vote counting machines. So syempre, yung mga VCMs na to, hindi na lahat ay of high quality, pero kailangan i-refurbish para ready sila to be used for the 2022 elections. Then 10,000 vote counting machines ay nilease ng COMELEC for this particular elections. Now, these FCMs already underwent final testing and sealing last week. Isang buong linggo ito at natapos lamang ang COMELEC kahapon or kaninang umaga. And according to them, less than a percent lamang yung na-record nilang mga VCMs na naka-encounter ng defects and kailangan nilang mapalitan. Of course, these reports, again, hindi natin alam kung ano yung, as of now, kung ano yung gravity of the situation. Maaring na-amplify yung mga reports of glitches here and there, but they might be minimal in the grand scheme of things. But later, maybe we'll get more information kung if this will be a cause for alarm. Bea?
Thank you, Dwight. We'll be returning to Dwight later also for more updates from the COMELEC. But for now, we're on standby for Vice President Leni Robredo. I believe she will be casting her vote soon. We'll feed you images as soon as they're ready. Before we go to that, Josh, quick question lang, no? Parang we already we touched a bit about the pandemic plans or lack thereof, or siguro hindi masyadong napansin, nabigyan ng pansin. What's something that you wish you would have heard from the candidates?
I really...
Hold on, sorry. We're seeing images? Okay. We're also on standby because we're waiting for images as well of Davao Mayor Sara Duterte, who will be voting soon in Davao City. She is the outgoing mayor of Davao City. Of course, she's running for vice president alongside Bongbong Marcos Jr. the woman in a gray hoodie, that's Sara Duterte. Again, she's the outgoing mayor of Davao City. She's running for vice president. In case you missed the news, although I'm sure everybody heard about it, she initially filed for re-election of Davao City, pero she withdrew that candidacy. And then she joined Lakas CMD, eventually taking over as its vice presidential candidate via substitution. Yung substitution nga na yan, unang ginamit na technique ni President Rodrigo Duterte, Sara Duterte's father. Novelty pa siya noong 2016 elections. Ngayon ay tila, sana naman hindi siya maging norm, but if you just look at recent history, and by that I mean filing of COCs in October last year, mukhang nagiging na siya, tool na talaga siya ng political parties in the Philippines, or at least political groups in the Philippines, because a lot of people will argue that political parties in the Philippines are almost non-existent. So we're watching Sara Duterte in Davao City. She's inside her precinct na. She should be voting soon. Again, when Ralph was reporting live, no, he gave us the context of Davao City right now. So Sara is the daughter of the incumbent President Rodrigo Duterte. Aalis siya sa pagiging mayor ng Davao City, but running to replace her. And if you base it lang on the dominance of the Duterte dynasty in Davao City, malaki yung chances na mananalo siya, is Sebastian Bastet Duterte. Siya yung youngest son ni President Rodrigo Duterte. He's running for mayor of Davao City. Again, sa Davao City, mahigit 3 decades ng Mayor Duterte ang mayor nila. Isang term lang, once lang, na hindi Mayor Duterte yung mayor, but every other term since Rodrigo Duterte took over as mayor, it's been a Mayor Duterte, either Rodrigo Duterte or Sara Duterte. Ngayon, Sebastian Bastet Duterte is running for mayor of Davao City. On top of that, may isa pang presidential child, si Pulong Duterte. He's running to represent the first district of Davao City. He's being challenged, but again, you have to contextualize this with the sheer dominance of the Duterte dynasty.
Interesting ba yung contrast between Sara Duterte and Bongbong Marcos? Parang throughout the campaigns, parang na-outshine somehow ni Sara si BBM insofar as parang medyo boring in a sense yung mga sinasabi ni BBM. In contrast to, for example, si Sara, mas magiliw siya, mas sumasagot siya sa media, mas may mga pakulo siya. For example, yung burger thing na talagang tumatak sa maraming tao.
Right, hindi natin gets, pero sige lang.
Yeah, sige.
Naging viral pa rin siya.
Pero ayun parang mas interactive, mas engaging yung strategy ni Sara compared to Bongbong Marcos, na in a way parang that puts into question na parang nag-uusap ba yung parang, of course, unity ang kailang mensahe, di ba? Pero meron ding parang pahiwatig na parang somehow distinct din yung kanilang campaigns, na parang saan yung unity kung kayo mismo ay parang wala kayong Viber group or wala hindi coordinated yung mga mensahe ninyo?
Baka naman Telegram yung gamit nila or WhatsApp, text, iMessage. Marami naman silang Facebook Messenger. Marami silang options. Hindi, but I do recall in a recent ambush interview of Sara Duterte, again, kanina pa ulit-ulit natin sinasabi si Bongbong Marcos medyo mahirap hagilapin ng media, or at least ng mainstream media. He does have his preferred media or yung vloggers that na dumidikit sa kanya. Pero I recall there was a recent ambush interview with Sara Duterte where she was asked about their strategies. And she said outright, diba? I don't know, that's their strategy. I think based on covering the two of them, it is parang may alignments, of course. Syempre hindi naman susulpot lang doon bigla si Sara Duterte without coordination, but very much like the two teams work also independently from each other when needed, and they have split yung schedules nila a lot of times. Like there was a specific time in March na Sara Duterte really focused on NCR and Calabarzon, two very vote-rich provinces, at parang may dividends naman yun kasi although bumagsak, parang bumaba na yung numbers, preference numbers ni Sara, but there was at one point from January to March 2022, she rose by 15 points in NCR.
Yeah.
Ang laki nun. And I mean, all, with the context being, syempre, ang dominant na ni Sara since she announced her vice presidential candidacy.
Very interesting din, Bea, for me, no, yung symbols that they use. Specifically yung tigre at agila. Na I traveled there recently to Ilocos, and yung sa La Union pa lang, parang when you get off TP Lex, yung expressway, parang may huge poster doon na, as in, ano lang, walang names, walang words, as in images lang nung tigre at agila na parang side by side. So parang really banking on yung unity and using symbols that really parang entrench yung ganong klaseng narrative effectively, I might add.
Yeah. Again, we're looking at live images of Sara Duterte voting in Davao City. She's running for vice president. She's the outgoing mayor of Davao City. Just to jump off your point, no, yung imagery of yung tigre at yung agila mula sa Davao. Ano nga to parang ginagamit din nila yung geography nila in pitching themselves na parang yung, I forget the exact words of Bongbong Marcos, pero the way he packages it is this true unity. Galing Ilocos at galing Mindanao, converging and uniting and working together for the betterment of the... Parang yun yung, kumbaga, messaging that they wanna put across.
Yeah.
Right? And again, Sara Duterte is the only Bisaya na tumatakbong vice president. So talagang, bukod sa Mindanao vote, you have the Bisaya vote, right? Like, we saw that in 2016. Sobrang effective yung I don't know kung pumasok to sa circles nyo kasi ako Bisaya ako yung parang Bisaya na pod, so Bisaya naman that worked for Rodrigo Duterte.
Although interesting, Bea, I think Tito Soto has also been projecting himself as sort of Bisaya as well. No? And I think especially with his roots of Vicente Soto, being a former congressman and senator from Cebu. So I think he's also trying to eat into that Visaya vote by also citing those Cebuano heritage. But let's see if it's really going to work for him, especially in most of those provinces.
Yeah. Josh, I was wondering kasi parang aside from Isko Moreno, Sara Duterte is a local chief executive who's jumping onto the national scene. Siya sa kanya ko actually una narig sa unity team context, syempre hindi, not counting the other campaigns, yung ayaw na niya ng closure sa economy. Kasi nga daw, nakalatag naman daw yung the vaccines. Again. So yung emphasis niya talaga is, again, like I said, talking about the pandemic, but in the context of the economy. Does it make, yung pitch na yun, does it make sense? Or are we missing something in the attempt to simplify the narrative na no more economic shutdowns kasi total meron na tayong vaccines, meron na tayong booster, meron na tayong gamot, although limited yung usage ng gamot na yun, di ba?
Right. I think, well, in that way, similar din sa sinasabi ni Vice President Robredo, that yung lockdowns hindi na dapat masyadong in-exercise unless sobrang kailangan health-wise, because it's become disastrous for the economy. And I think most Filipinos really share that outlook, and we see that in common with these politicians as well. But I think it's important to note how Sara Duterte was able to do these health protocols in Davao. While we hear other local governments really enforcing or trying to promote vaccination, you would hear Sara Duterte make jokes, like for example requiring everyone in the city government to be vaccinated, or else she will wrap them in bubble wrap, or will bring them outside the city. So there's that sense of pushing for health protocols at the expense of punishing those who are willing to defy it, and that's very much in line with the present administration's view yung mga pasaway. Ang sabi nga ni President Duterte, pinakamalaki ng problema ang mga Pilipino na pasaway. So I think that's pretty much how it's going to continue with the discourse of Sara Duterte.
Ang problema ko dun, Bea, dun sa ganong klaseng narrative, it takes away people's attention dun sa responsibilities of government. So even if we don't have to close the economy, parang nalilimutan natin, ano ba dapat yung ginawa ng gobyerno? Nagbigay na ba sila ng ayuda? Nagbigay ba sila ng vaccines efficiently? So ganun, parang yun yung downside ng ganung klaseng narrative.
We are watching live images of Sara Duterte indulging someone holding an iPad with a selfie. Katatapos, I believe kanina, katapos na siya bumoto. And she's exiting her precinct.
Oh, may flowers pa siya.
May, anong ginagawa niya? What is she? So we have live images from Davao City of Mayor Sara Duterte, who's running for Vice President. Hindi, nag-autograph ata siya. Kasi na-feed na niya ata yung balota niya kanina at nakuha niya ata yung receipt niya. Now is this an autograph signing session? Right
Selfie
outside her
session.
precinct?
Oh.
But this is actually quite consistent with how Sara Duterte has been campaigning. Kung si Bongbong Marcos tinatakbuhan ang media, ayaw magpa-ambush interview. Ayun, they're gesturing na mamaya na to yung ambush interview. Mamaya na yung interviews. Sara does spend a lot of time indulging supporters in selfies or mga requests na kung ano-ano dyan. In fact, parang sa campaign stage nga siya yung nagpuuso na kumukuha siya. Although I do realize that Vice President Leni Robredo and Kiko Pangilinan have been doing this first. Yung, hindi lang sa banner, yung kumukuha ng mga gifts and from the... although sa kanila, it's very different. The gifts that they get, very different imagery. Normally, they're portraits not just of herself and Bongbong Marcos, but also of their fathers. And that's we can talk about that in a little bit siguro. Can we try to listen in to the live feed of Sara Duterte in Davao City?
Labas tayo! Okay, go! Go! Labas!
Okay. So, narinig nyo ngayon yung coordination, real-time coordination of the media that's covering her right now after she cast her vote. Akala ko kanina magpapa-ambush na. I think she's just signing autographs and indulging supporters and pictures and selfies na. Josh, pinipirmahan niya yung upuan na gamit niya. Ginawa rin niya ni President Duterte, di ba? I think it's even in a museum. It's in a museum, somewhere in Davao, I think. The chair that he used. Kawawa naman yung bat. Joke lang. Yung bat.
Nagawan.
Papalitan naman yun, guys. Okay, so we're watching footage of live from Davao City. Sara Duterte is leaving, walking along the hallway now of the school where she's voting. Pinidumog pa rin ng mga supporters. Of course, hometown advantage talaga to. She is the outgoing mayor of Davao City. Nakadalawang straight term siya. But this would be her third non-consecutive term. She ran for mayor back in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, to 2013. And then she did not run for re-election in 2013 to 2016. But of course, in 2016, when President Rodrigo Duterte ran for president, siya na yung pumalit. For the non-Filipinos who might be watching this stream, you might be wondering why we're talking so casually about father-daughter, father-son replacing each other. In the Philippines, political dynasties, a lot of cities, a lot of provinces are dominated by political dynasties, and more often than not, unfortunately, nagpapalitan lang. They just switch positions or inherit positions from each other. Yung what's happening in Davao now is Rodrigo Duterte's term ends in June, the end of June 2022. Sara Duterte is leading opinion polls, poised to win as vice president, and then you have Baste Duterte running for mayor, and then Pulong Duterte running for first district representative. The vice mayor. Also, so before this, so the situation is Sara was mayor while her younger brother was her vice mayor. So, yun din, in effect, wala kang checks and balances kasi yung head of the legislative branch of Davao City is the brother of the incumbent mayor. So, yun din yung situation sa
Siguro for added context din, pwede natin i-compare yung shapes or yung form ng dynasties between Duterte and Marcos. Kasi meron yung distinction, at least among political scientists, between the thin and the fat dynasties. definitely yung Marcos dynasty is a lot fatter than, kasi in the sense that they're more distributed national, local levels. Pero yung sa Duterte dynasty is thinner compared to that.
Yeah. Although they do have relatives also in Cebu. Pero siguro hindi na yon part ng, obviously, Davao Duterte dynasty. Bukod na yon, meron silang relatives in Cebu. They do have mga ayun, let's listen in first to a chance interview with Sara Duterte.
Yes, very quick naman na yung pagboboto. Importante talaga nagdala ng ating mga kababayan ng kanilang sampalbayan. At wala silang makalimutan ng mga pangalan.
Ma'am, finally, after how many months mo ng puyat at pagod, eto na yun.
Yes, opo. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa lahat ng mga tumulong simula nung January sa aming kampanya at pag-ikot sa ating bansa. And I hope that everyone will go out and vote today, and we pray for an honest, orderly, and peaceful election.
Ma'am, nagkausap po kayo ng Presidente?
Hindi pa po kami nagkausap ni Pangulong Duterte about politics.
Pero sabi niya, kinampanya kanya nung kanyang pag-attend po ng meeting de avance ng Hong Kong. Ano po masasabi niyo dito?
Yes, opo. Nagpapasalamat po tayo sa Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang pag-ikot at pagpangampanya po para sa aking kandidatura.
Ma'am, saan kayo magmamonitor?
Up until the very end, si President Duterte did not impeach your partners, PBBM. Do you hold it against your public? May contempt of court?
Of course, wala. Lahat naman tayo pwedeng pumili ng ating gustong kandidato, lalong-lalo na ang Pangulo. It is his right to endorse or not to endorse anyone.
Pero ma'am, kayo, nilapit niyo po ba ang maraming people sila na kay Pangulo na tulungan?
Hindi po. Hindi po kami lumapit kay Pangulong Duterte para magpa-endorse. Kaming dalawa.
Ipapala rin po, anong first move ninyo pag nanalo ang vice presidente?
Well, pag ang una-una natin, manalo man tayo or matalo, we already prepared an online Thanksgiving para po sa lahat ng mga tumulong, and of course sa lahat ng gustong makipasalamat po sa safe na pag-conduct ng kampanya for the past 90 days.
Yung National Defense Post po, yun ba interesado kayo doon na ano?
Hindi pa po natin na iniisip yung cabinet position. Ang concern po natin ngayon is that the votes are counted correctly.
Mamatay ka sa San Henry
Tomorrow po, meron po kami, magsisimula na po yung pasasalamat ko sa lahat ng mga tao na tumulong. So pupunta po ako Manila, and then we have scheduled per group na meeting na it's basically me personally saying thank you sa kanila. So it will start tomorrow, May 10 hanggang Friday, May 13.
So mag-i-protect kayo bang personal?
You're watching footage of Sara Duterte granting a chance interview right after she voted in Davao City. If you didn't catch that, tinanong si Sara about the lack of an endorsement, or rather, President Duterte, her father, choosing not to endorse a presidential candidate up until the very end. Sara Duterte said he has the right to do that, at hindi daw sila nag-usap tungkol sa politika. Let's listen into Sara Duterte again.
Headquarters, so kailangan ko pumunta doon and Yes, ma'am. Opo. Meron tayong schedule na pasasalamat for actually gift giving for Davao City. And whether manalo or matalo, nakaschedule na yung gift giving natin sa mga depressed areas and less fortunate natin na mga constituents dito sa Davao City. And there will also be a Thanksgiving sa mga leaders for Davao City. Naantay lang po namin kung sino yung mga manalo sa Congress and sa party list, since we already discussed that immediately after the proclamation of local candidates, we'll have an alliance formed sa lahat ng mga kandidato dito sa Davao City, so that for the next 3 years, magtutulungan lahat ng mga mananalo para po ma-maximize natin yung funding and yung projects na para sa Davao City.
Papalarin anong klaseng Vice President po si Mayor Inday? Kasi ang sinasabi lagi substitute na daw po sa Presidente, naghihintay nga lang daw na may mangyayari. So, kung sakali ma'am, ano pong magiging Vice President si Mayor Inday?
Unang-una po, I will be a Vice President na magtatrabaho para sa ating Pilipinas. Yan po ang kampanya natin sa lahat. We seek out the support of all our fellow Filipinos in campaigning na maging matapat tayo sa ating mga komunidad, sa ating mga bayan, sa ating mga lungsod. And of course, I will be a supportive and loyal Vice President to Apo BBM in the event that he wins. Kung hindi naman natin kasama or kaalyado yung mananalo na Pangulo, I will still continue to work for our country. Kung hindi tayo mabigyan ng cabinet position, then we already prepared peace-building activities and activities for child protection, particularly sa pagkampanya dyan sa ating mga eskwelahan, sa ating mga kabataan.
Ma'am, supporters expected President Duterte to appear sa inyong meeting de avance. What's your message to them?
No, there was never an announcement or never a confirmation from the office of the President na attend si Pangulong Duterte sa meeting de avance. So I think it was just misinformation.
Anong position gusto niyo sa current
Hindi pa po natin pinag-uusapan ng cabinet position sa ngayon dahil nakatutok tayo sa pagpaniguro na tama yung pagbilang ng ating mga boto and pagpapasalamat sa mga lahat ng tumulo.
Mayor, any statement po sa election-related violence po sa isang parts of Mindanao?
Buluan Maguindanao.
Yes, ma'am.
Any statements po regarding po dun sa election-related violence po sa isang parts of Mindanao, especially Maguindanao po?
Buluan Maguindanao na
Yes, opo. Expected yon ng ating Commission on Elections na medyo mainit yung election dyan sa Western Mindanao dahil malalaking mga families ang tumatakbo and vying for different positions. So I hope that COMELEC will take charge of the situation and seek out the help of the Philippine National Police and the Armed Forces of the Philippines in ensuring that the voters will not be disenfranchised in that part of our country.
Ma'am, mensahe nila lang po to the Philippine nation in general kasi naging intense po talaga yung as in everybody was so active, may away-away. Ano pong mensahe?
Right, opo. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan sa pagpapakita po nila ng interes na maging maayos po ang ating mahal na Pilipinas. And we should all pray for an honest, orderly, and peaceful elections. And tayong lahat, kung sino man ang manalo, dapat tanggapin natin yon. Basta paniguraduhin lang natin na tama ang pagbilang ng ating mga boto.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Alam sila na congratulate nun, but that was a chance interview with Sara Duterte, the outgoing mayor of Davao City. After she voted in Davao, she's running for vice president. In case you didn't catch that whole ambush interview, she was asked about what cabinet post she was eyeing. Of course, in the Philippines, the vice president doesn't have a set responsibility. Pero normally, ina-appoint siya sa cabinet post assuming na they're allied with or in good terms with the eventual winner of the presidential race. She did say that she plans to come back to Manila sa pasasalamat tour. Although I have to note, sabi niya na vote protection daw at handa siyang tanggapin kung anumang result ng elections as long as it's fair at walang anomalies, no? Pero yung tone ng meeting de avance nila ay parang nagbe-victory party na sila doon sa Parañaque. She also mentioned may pasasalamat din daw sila in Davao City. She was also asked about her father's absence of an endorsement for a presidential candidate. Down to the last minute, she said that President Duterte has the right to endorse or not endorse anyone in the 2022 elections. But of course, yung ano din dito, na parang the very fact that she's running with Bongbong Marcos, in effect, it's an endorsement of the Duterte brand and of the Duterte name. She did not mention this, but she has said this before, that if she wins the vice presidency, she plans to create, the plan might have changed, no, but she does plan though to create a network of OVPs, satellite OVPs, around the country. Of course, her reasoning here is she wants the OVP closer to the people, para hindi na sila kailangan pumunta ng Manila, although you can argue na pwede naman mag-email. In fact, the current OVP does that naman. You can get endorsements, right? And help via email. But political analysts will tell you this is a way to create an amazing connection ahead of the next presidential election, because of course people are seeing Sara as eyeing ultimately the presidency. In fact, she led, di ba, mga opinion polling for president, but she did choose to run for vice president instead. So,
During Vice President Robredo's term so far, nakita natin just how large the reach of the OVP can get given some resources. What more kung mas malaki yung funding na makakuha under Sara Duterte if she wins. So, the possibilities are endless for her.
yeah, and if the results of the May 9 elections aswak siya din sa opinion polling, di ba? And both she and Bongbong Marcos win the votes that they seek. Sabi nga niya, she plans to be a supportive and loyal vice president. I have to note also na itong messaging na to, hindi to out of nowhere ha. Kasi in the campaign sorties of the unity team, isa lang, that's one. I know that they say that it's unity lang, positivity, but honestly, it's not. The senatorial candidates, for example, always bring this up. Now, we need to elect a vice president. In promoting Sara, we need to elect a vice president who will not go against the president. Of course, that's a very lightly veiled allusion to Vice President Leni Robredo, who is the de facto opposition head, and hindi sila magkaalyado ni Rodrigo Duterte. In fact, very sordid history between the two of them. We'll be right back in 10 minutes with the Community Corner team. Please refresh your live feed later.